So yeah, dude, like I think on New Year's I'm really gonna try all the stuff down there that I was kind of scared to in 2021. You know what I mean? I feel like you got to start the new year with a bang of sorts. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying?
do have to start the
Well,
New Year's with a bang.
well, let me know when you're ready, man.
Well, it's on, man.
What?
It's on.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Oh fuck! What's up, everybody? What's up, Jimbo? See you in the chat, bro. I appreciate you, Ollie.
What's
I
up,
don't know why you've been
guys?
trolling me all day. You should be nicer to me. I don't know, man. But shit, I haven't done this intro in a while.
Yeah, me neither, man.
Dude, and I haven't like thought of one. So let's see how this goes, man. Are you
All
ready?
right, I'm ready.
Well, shit, dude. Welcome to the On Repeat podcast.
Podcast.
It's your boy Medium Frank,
And Dark Ruffalo?
and y'all know why they call him Dark Ruffalo, right?
No, why do they call me Dark Ruffalo?
Cause look at him, he's smooth chocolate, baby. Come on, the smooth chocolate. That was bad, dude. I didn't think of one.
No, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it.
Dude, Jimbo, thanks for the. Come on, bruh. Thank you, and then Ollie, I love you too, and thank you for this jacket. So shout out to Ollie because she got me this jacket for
Oh,
Christmas.
dude, that's a sick jacket.
It's kind of fire, right?
It is.
I like your jacket too. I remember when you bought that.
Yeah, at what was that place? It was in LA.
Yeah, Tried and True on Fairfax,
Tried and
dude.
True, that's right.
Dude, man, it's actually closed now.
Is it?
Yeah, so you have a
What?
piece. You have a rare piece, man. That place is gone forever, and you have a piece from it. That's fucking sick.
Hmm. Yeah, man. It
Ruffalo
feels like
Soldiers
a...
in the chat.
What up, Ruffalo Soldier? What's up?
Oh man,
But yeah, how you
So-
doing, man?
dude, I'm good, man. I mean, like it's you know how much I love the holidays. You know
Yeah.
that I'm like a Christmas whore.
Mhm.
You know, I also love Hanukkah and I love Kwanzaa and I love any reason to fucking celebrate in the winter is something I love because, bruh, I don't know. Everybody hates daylight saving times and shit. I love that shit. I love it when it gets dark hella early. I say it in my in a song that might be debuting today.
Mhm.
I saw that in the chat. But yeah, I've been good. How are you, man?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. And I do agree. I feel like I do. I think I am more of a like winter fall type of guy. Like I like
Mhm.
layering up and the cold, you know. And
Yeah.
the holidays is always awesome. And now it's gonna be the New Year's. And usually I'm optimistic when it comes to New Year's, but I think that's always the case for a lot of people. It's
Bro,
like
I
the
don't-
beginning is cool, and then you're like motivated, and then towards the end, you're just like, oh shit, you know.
Like, damn, I blew it. There's
Yeah.
always two, like, I always have like two very polarizing feelings going into the new year. It's
Mhm.
either like December 31st, I'm like, oh fuck, I already fucked up my year. 2023 finna be my year. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
either that or I get like a weird feeling like it's gonna be a good year.
Yeah.
And the last time I really felt this way, I think was like 2015
Yeah.
going into 2016. And I feel like I've been cynical ever since then. But for some reason, bro, I feel like 2022 finna be fucking fire.
I
May-
think so too. I think
Maybe
so
just
too.
for me, but hopefully for fucking Wave Gang in general, man.
Yeah.
And I hope and I feel like if it is gonna be lit, it's gonna be because of viewers like you. Yeah. So shout out everybody in the chat. Shout out
Hey,
Jimbo. Shout out Ollie. I see hella people in the chat lurking too, so I appreciate that. And also, if
Yeah.
you get bored of us talking, my cousin Mike, he's streaming Pokemon in a Nuzlocke run right now. So, you know, definitely if this gets boring for you, I would love for y'all to stay. But if you're trying to see some gaming, go over to Mike Crack. He's playing some Pokemon. But we got some dope shit coming for y'all, man. I think we got some dope stuff today. What are we doing today, Dark Ruffalo?
Well, today we're doing our top 15 music releases of 2021. So, you know, we do this every year, and we also make a playlist for it on Spotify, which I already made it on Spotify. I didn't put it in order at all, so it's not gonna be, you know, this video is the complete companion to that. So if you ever need to figure out the actual order, you need to go back to this tier list.
Bruh, you finna
Yeah.
do like what Childish Gambino did for Because the Internet, huh? Where you have the album and then there's a screenplay that goes with the album that
Yeah.
you have to read while you're listening to the album.
Yep.
Damn, you're not making you're not making tier lists anymore. You're making experiences.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're the fucking goat, dude. This is why the holographic children is the goat.
Thank you.
That's what I'm
Thank you.
saying, man.
But yeah, how are you feeling about the list that we're gonna go down, and then also about just 2021 in general in the landscape of music?
Yeah, man. So I think 2021. I think we both were talking about this when we were like preparing for the podcast. I feel like out of the past handful of years, this is the year that I listened to the least amount of albums,
Mm-hmm.
and just music in general. I think I was either going back to old shit, or like listening to our stuff, um,
Mm-hmm.
because like you put out an album this year, I put out an album earlier this year. I'm putting out a song tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I feel like 2021, even though I didn't listen to that much music, I still feel like I got a lot of there's a lot of good music that dropped this year. I think there
I
is a
agree.
lot of albums that dropped this year that I consider the best for that artist. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, man. I feel like it was a good year. It was great to like. It was interesting to kind of see how music was gonna be in 2021, coming off of like the by and large completely quarantined 2020,
Mm-hmm.
and you know how music really kind of altered based on the pandemic and all that shit in 2020.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to see how it was going to turn out this year, because it's like you're expecting more turnt music, but you kind of got more introspective music, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And then like with live shows back, like I feel like you're able to get like full experiences again instead of just like an album, and then you know you have to live with that.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think there's some albums that came out last year that could have totally benefited from like a tour.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I just feel like 2021 in general was like was like a recovery year for everybody. And while it wasn't the most exciting year, it was like, I don't know, it felt like everybody like the vibe and the music just felt more appreciative
Yeah.
versus like let's do something profound, you know?
Yeah. In a way, the way I see it, it's like it's almost like we're survivors and we have to pick up the pieces now, and like,
Hey.
well, I guess like that's kind of how people feel, and there's a lot of tension and
Yeah.
just a lot of uncertainty still. But like we've gone to a lot of events this year because
Mhm.
things finally started opening up. We went to shows,
Yeah.
and I feel like there have been really big moments in music this year.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I guess like kind of like you said, it's kind of a recovery. I think like, and I think it's kind of funny that you're saying like like how 2020 kind of defined how music is kind of going forward, and I feel like there are moments in history like that. I feel like there was a shift in music when 9/11 happened, and then you started getting more like post
You
punk
get a
stuff,
boot in the ass. It's the not that song. Okay.
and it splits. It always splits, But yeah, I guess like, yeah, I'm just interested to see what you thought this year were the best, because same with me. I feel like I didn't listen to as many current music as before. I kind of like just dove deeper into like video game and Final Fantasy music.
Word. I definitely like.
You know?
I feel like gaming took over my year, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not bad. Like I feel like that's a
Not bad.
very depthful like experience. So.
Yeah. Because like there's also like a game album that I'm gonna do in like an honorable mention right before we do the list and all that stuff too. So yeah, man, I think we're feeling similar.
Yeah, yeah.
2020 put so much talent on pause. So stoked life music. That's facts, Jimbo. And then Cuddy says like Corbin's album with Ghost with Skin. I heard that was a good album. I actually haven't listened to the album yet. Corbin is like an R&B singer. I think I heard one song. I think it's like the single. Is it Tell Me? That's on that album. And what's up, Zan? Thanks for the way I was in the chat, brother.
What's up?
Oh man, but yeah, I mean, so we're gonna get into these lists. But before we do that, I also want to share something with everybody. Should we do that now, Dark Ruffalo? Should we?
If you want to, you want to do it now?
Let's do it now, because it's gonna actually come out at 9.
Oh,
so
okay, there you go.
Let's give our homies a 4-minute early showing. But essentially, nobody know who Spooky Black is. Spooky Black, where is it? Spooky Black's definitely a fucking. I guess like nobody who listens to the shit now might not know who Spooky Black is.
So let's see.
But yeah, so I put out an album last year. Dark Ruffalo put out an album this year. 2022, we don't have any real plans for anybody dropping anything. We would love to have a Zanny song. Zanny wants to see it now, so we're gonna do it. But we'd love to see a Zanny drop in 2022. You know what I'm saying? Love to see a Hype Man Wolfie drop in 2022. But I think I am gonna drop something in 2022, but like next December, like an album a year from now. But for now, you guys, hopefully you like the single. This was me and Wolfie, first Frank and Wolfie song since 2017. That's pretty cool, pretty significant. And yeah, man, my mom sings on it too. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a good one. I also got coffee to clear the visuals because I took clips from, if you're from the Bay or LA, you know of Dance Party on public access. I think it used to be on a UPN. It's on Coffee. So just a bunch of weirdos dancing, and hopefully we could bring in the new year with this song. So whenever you're ready, Dark Ruffalo, let's show them.
I'm putting it on right now.
Lit.
Just make sure it's...
Dark Ruffalo is going to be on this album for sure.
Dude, I'd love to. I'd love to be in it.
It's confirmed. Fucking confirmed.
I just want to make sure I got the right size. All right, I guess let's just shoot for it, huh?
Boom, UPN 44, babe. That's facts. I think it was on UPN, and it was, and it's on Coffee now. I think I seen that too on like channel 26 when I was in. Oh my god, sneak peek. That's correct. That is correct, Cuddy.
Let me just put on a different source.
Oh, I'm not seeing what's happening. You're because
yeah.
Okay, where? I'm like, what
should
the
I
fuck
share my screen to you then?
It doesn't matter.
So,
It's fine. I can watch on there. It's up to you, bro.
Okay.
Also, Wolfie was supposed to be on today, but he had some things come up, and he will not be on tonight. Well, that's what we on Even One Foe would watch. That's a fact. That's what that's what you guys know. Is it starting?
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. Enjoy.
The dance party.
When it gets dark outside at 6 p.m. the bright city lights remind me of where I am. I remember band practice, we said we moved to the city if we only had one wish. But then I did that shit, now I live that shit. From a phrase to a promise, yeah, I kept that shit. I remember when the mucho mango was all me and Chemo could afford a drink on. Made many mistakes, but in many ways, yeah, I made it out. Had many plays that many couldn't carry out. Shouldn't believe it, but I did. All the promises that we made on this. Now it's a seasonal depression, it's a reasonable question. Nostalgia is always on the guest list, and now we can't stay connected. And I had to pretend like I ain't affected, but I guess we at the age where all the dreams fade away. I guess it is what it is, cause all the homies gave it up for a wife and some kids. But one thing we agree on is Friday night, and we finna get a drink on. But one thing we agree on is Friday night. You know exactly where to find me, baby, yes. I don't want a two-step on my own, and I ain't hard to find. I'm exactly where you left me. I don't want a two-step on my own. I never switched up, I never changed positions, I never switched up.
That's life, let's go west side, young forever. Promises made and promises kept, right, whatever. Finna take the bus to the cab, to the bar, to the pad. Hitting every bit of shitty city, bougie spot out here. Long nights like we used to. Sometimes it feels different when we really can't connect like we used to. Used to. Steps to move to the bathroom. But we don't use the same drugs like we used to. Cocaine and beats on Pro Tools. Big move, fuck it, even mean to be old school. Lately can't connect like we used to. So we used to slap our own shit on YouTube, on Bluetooth. Sipping Hennessy in the street. Truth is, who gives me the real to speak is cause I ain't even know how this shit's supposed to be.
You know exactly where to find me, baby, yes. I don't want to two-step on my own, and I ain't hard to find. I'm exactly where you left me. I don't want to two-step on my own, and on we go, let it go. You're alone in this world, whether you see it or don't. And round we go, let it go. You're alone in this world. I don't want to two-step on my own.
That's Wolfie's character right there. Also, shout out Ducky for clearing the sample too. We probably aren't friends still, but they cleared the sample, and that's progress.
That was amazing.
Thank you, bro. Yo, thanks everybody in the chat too. I say, man, Zandy, I appreciate you, bro. Cuddy, I appreciate it. It reminds me of those hidden gem videos on YouTube. My guy, Jimbo, I appreciate it, man. And then Ollie, I appreciate you, baby. Man, yo, can we just acknowledge that I might have gotten bodied on my own song? Oh,
Yeah.
J Motel, what's up, my G?
No.
Appreciate you, bro.
But like Wolfie did sound pretty hard.
Dude, Wolfie is
Yeah.
in shape. Like, he hasn't rapped in years, but that was the first verse he recorded since
Yeah,
then.
dude.
That's pretty crazy. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I got bodied on my own song, and like the content
man.
too. Like, it just made sense, you know. Like his verse just like worked perfectly, for what we were trying to do, man. So I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked, bro. That was fire, man. Jimbo, thank you. And then Jimbo, tell you, definitely send Wolfie some love, man, because he fucking killed that shit. So that's
did,
like
man.
actually that should be out now, on YouTube, and also on the streaming platform. So if y'all fucked with that and you want to ring in the new year with that song, please stream that shit. I would very much appreciate that.
You could probably also
but yeah,
put
man.
the link in the description, right?
Oh yeah,
Or, I
for
mean,
sure.
in
Yeah,
the chat.
yeah, we'll definitely put that. Well, I'll throw that in there once I get them pulled. I don't know why my computer is fucking dragging ass, bro, but I'll make sure to get it all up there.
All right.
Jimbo, I appreciate it, bro. Put that shit on repeat for sure.
All right, man. You're working on an album, right?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't want to put too much like pressure on it because I want to make sure I take the time to actually like get it done. And I don't know, now that I'm
Yeah.
making like only city pop music, it's definitely a little bit more difficult to produce, you know. So it's gonna take me a little bit more time, which I'm good with, man. Like I'm good with that. But yeah, I'm gonna take my time with this shit. Hopefully, this single will probably take me through most of the year. And then the idea is to drop it in December or November, because yeah, the concept is that it takes place in San Francisco in the winter when it's daylight savings time. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to drop it at the right time. I'm not gonna drop that shit in the summer, and then people are just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Thanks everybody for listening. Thanks for fucking taking the time to pulling up to the stream and watching the video. And thanks Squeak Kyle for allowing it to be on the podcast, man.
Hey, no problem, man. Of course, of course.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so, well, with that said, we're gonna move on to our tier list. Now, do you have any?
Uh-oh.
What would you say your have like your way of deciding the rankings?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about this often whenever it comes to whenever we do this. I think this is like the fifth or sixth year we've done this together. But I always start with what have I actually just listened to? You know what I'm saying? Anything that I listen to often makes the tier list. I always like, if I listen to a specific project like 20 more times or 20 times more than like another project that I really like, that's obviously going to the top. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say, hey, this was what I think is like the best artistic album and that's gonna be number one. That's not necessarily the case. I always make sure I take into account plays and how many times I actually listen to it. Because like, yeah, you could pretentiously say you love an album, but if you listen to it 2 times, how much you really love that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so like that's kind of first things first, what did I listen to the most? Then from there I start to break down like artistically how like How skillful was it? How much of a complete album experience is it? Is it culturally relevant? Did it impact my life? You know, that's what comes into play after I
Mm-hmm.
get everything I've listened to first on the list. There's obviously going to be some exceptions from time to time, but you know, I think that's generally how I do it. What about you?
Yeah, I guess for me, it's like how many times I listen to it. It's one, but
Mhm.
that's some of the albums I had on there. Just like when I do go back to it, I feel like I
Mhm.
get something out of it even more.
Yeah,
And or
that's
like
true.
it's kind of affected me, you know, I kind of related to it. And
Hmm.
I needed it for the time. And yeah, like I feel like it there's certain music that I listen to and it becomes a part of me, you know.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. And it's one of those things too where it's just like I don't know. I feel like I get so caught up in like making sure I put in like albums that I think everyone likes when really it should be like, did this album affect me and did it become a part of me in my life? You know, and I think that's
Yeah.
important. I also just put the links in the chat if you guys want to pull that. If you guys have Spotify or YouTube, it's also on Apple Music and all that stuff too. They'll all be up there.
All right, I'm just
Um,
uh, pulling up the tier list. Do you see it?
I see it.
Perfect, perfect. And then I just want to make sure the rest of the list is hidden from everyone, so I'm trying to be careful.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if it's just my phone, but I think we froze.
Did we?
Oh no, it's just my phone. Don't listen to me.
Okay,
Don't
okay,
listen to me.
okay, good, good.
We got hella people in the chat
I
today.
know, dude.
Lots of, I mean, we appreciate that, man. Hella people actually talking and also just like hella people lurking too. We appreciate y'all, man.
Okay, so let's get down to business and defeat the
Let's
Huns.
get down to business to defeat the
Okay, so we're
Huns.
just doing 20, but for some reason it's showing, or 15, but for some reason it's showing 20. Just disregard those. But
Yep.
yeah, man. So do you want to start?
So we last season or last year
Yeah.
we did a coin toss.
Mm.
It always ends up me somehow being first, but are you willing to coin toss
Yeah, I'm
for
willing to
this?
coin toss.
Do you want to do the coin on your end to make sure that I'm not cheating? Unless
Um,
unless I mean I could probably do it too if I could find a coin.
yeah, I don't have a coin on me.
Why don't we play rock paper scissors?
Okay, okay. Let's
Is
try
that gonna
that.
work? Let's try
I
that.
think so.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yep.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Fuck. All right, I'll go first. God damn it! Why does this always happen? All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Are you gonna be able to drag and drop that stuff for me?
Yeah, I can. I can.
If you
So,
don't know what the
some.
album cover is, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah. Just describe it.
I think this first one's gonna be obvious for you. Hopefully the chat doesn't kill me too much for this because everybody knows before anything else, I'm a sad boy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And anybody that makes sad music, they making it for me, man. Like no matter how happy I am, my life is actually pretty fucking good right now. I don't want to brag or anything, but life is sick. You know what I mean? Like financially, personally, romantically. You know what I mean? Things are dope. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still gonna listen to sad music because
Mhm.
that's my entire aesthetic. And this person is just known for their sad music. And even though earlier in the year, when well, not earlier in the year, but like recently, when it first came out, I made the fucking grandiose statement: "Is this the best album for this person?" Now that I've had some time with it, it's not,
Mhm.
but it's still really good. And the basic bitch in me is really excited to say this, but number 15 for 2021 for Medium Frank is going to be 30 by Adele. I
Mm.
think it's a really well done album. One thing I'm going to get to the criticisms of it as well. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I know we really want to spend our time on the top 5. But what I will say is that in Adele standards, it's a fucking really solid album. I think I like it better than 21 or I like the 25. I don't like it better than 21 or 19, which I think is still Adele's best album.
Mm.
So I think, you know, it's a solid album. It's probably her third best out of 4. And there's some of the songs that I really love, like Cry Your Eyes Out is actually a fucking amazing song. What a fucking soulful beat that I think like somebody should sample. and I saw Earth Gang was fucking was tweeting Adele trying to get the beat so they could do the remix for it. I think Gang would sound amazing on that song. So it's again, and then like Go Easy on Me is just a classic Adele ballad. I Drink Wine, I think, is like a really vulnerable moment for somebody like Adele. So I don't know, man. I thought it was a really solid album. I made the grandiose statement that it was her best, and it's not. So I retract that. But yeah, I think it was a really solid album. There were some real great songs that were on it. I will say, I have to put this criticism out there too. And none of this is confirmed, and it's probably just somebody clout chasing, but I don't want to like confirm that. There is accusations that Adele stole a lot, or like bit a lot of these songs off of a smaller artist. And I don't know if I believe them or not. I don't really hear a lot of the similarities. There's definitely some similarities, but I think the similarities really all lie in Adele and this person are obviously influenced by soul music, you know what I mean? And like fucking like really golden era R&B, like that's where the similarities sound. I don't necessarily think it's biting. I think they're just both influenced by the same stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe them, but there's a number of people that we know personally that we respect as artists and as people that know this person personally, because this person is from Oakland and has done music with a lot of people that's even been on our holographic sessions. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I believe them, but I also want to make sure that we say that, because if it is true, that's really fucked, and we don't stand for plagiarism. We're cool with fucking sampling and flipping, you know what I mean? But if you're like really just plagiarizing, then that's kind of fucked.
I mean, especially if you're Adele.
Yeah, man.
You know?
When you didn't have to do this, like you didn't have to put this album out. If you weren't inspired by anything, why fucking put anything out in the first place? You feel me? Like. So it's like, yeah, man, it's kind of shitty that that's a thing. It really hindered my ability to love this album. I think it would have been higher on my list if that didn't happen. But obviously, I still like it a lot. It's on my top 15. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I want to give Adele the benefit of the doubt, but I also want to make sure we believe independent artists too, especially independent artists of color. When Adele is a white artist that's borrowing from a very black art form like R&B and soul, which she's definitely a welcome member of that genre, of that culture, but you still have to understand like your heritage isn't in that. So when you're allowed to play in these arenas and play in these cultures, you want to make sure you're a respectful guest, like us in hip hop. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I say that too. But I loved Adele's 30. And if the allegations are not true, maybe it'd be higher on my list. But yeah, that's my 15.
That's awesome, man. Do you feel like she does kind of capture that being 30? Do you kind of agree?
Yeah, I think like the lyrical. I mean, like there's a lot of things I can't relate to because I've never been married and I've never had, I've never like had that kind of like divorce and stuff like that. So I mean, like I don't know. There's some things that I don't necessarily relate to, but there's a lot that I do relate to. Just being 30 and having to deal with issues that you feel are bigger than they actually are, and coming to grips with that. So I thought, I think it's cool too because like Adele always does that, right? All her albums are all about like specific times in her life, and that's why they're named after the ages and stuff. So I feel like you kind of grow up with her. So I do feel like you took a step into her 30s and you got that experience and you could relate to a lot of it. But parenthood, being a wife and divorcing, that's not necessarily things that everyone our age could relate to. But the way she handles it, we can. Yeah.
Or being British.
Being British.
Can't relate to that.
Dating Skepta. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how it is to date Skepta, but I feel like it would be very aggressive. Rocks with Mafia, the breastfed man. You know what I'm saying? Like you walk into the kitchen and he's just like brah, brah. And I'm just like trying to have a fucking hot dog, man.
All right, man.
It's 15.
That's cool. That's cool. I know cool. That's a big deal when that came out too. So
yeah.
So for my 15, it's an album that like kind of I think came out around October.
Mhm.
And it's not really from someone you would expect me to really put on my list.
Oh,
But it is funny in a way, because it's not really like to be taken seriously, which
okay, never
I,
mind.
I admire that quality.
Okay.
And it is by it's this shut the fuck up. Who you talking to? Are you talking to me? Shut the fuck up, talking to me. There you go. By Zach Fox.
Zach Fox is
Yeah,
just
dude.
the coolest guy, though. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, like the thing is with this album, like it doesn't mean anything,
mhm.
but he sounds good rapping.
Yeah, he
You
really
know?
does, though.
He does. Like I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. And like I think that's another factor why like I'm surprised with me keep coming back to it, and all he does is shit talking really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um but yeah, I mean, I just kind of got introduced to him because of Jesus is the One.
Jesus is the
Yeah.
one.
And like I thought that was
I got depression.
I thought
I
that's
go
the
crazy.
funniest shit. Um and I guess the only gripe I have with this album is like I would have wanted a little bit more of that. It could have been more clever, but like but at the same
Did Kenny
time,
Beats do all the beats?
I don't think so. But the beats
Damn.
are amazing.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and yeah, like he could rap. He in a way, like it kind of reminded me a little bit of Denzel Curry sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's why I think I liked it. And the same kind of like beats that he chose,
Mhm.
same thing. But yeah, it's just like I think if you want to listen to something that's just fun, and like how aggressive he is when it comes to
Yeah.
delivering shit, but at the same time it's funny because it's like Zach Fox.
Yeah.
Like, like and then like some of the beats too, I feel like he has that one song called Boy I'm on Your Ass. It's kind of like his like version of Who Dat Boy.
Oh man.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just really shit, my mic's falling.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's really like clever lines and bars, and that's pretty much it. I don't have much to say because I keep coming back to it, but it's not like I'm getting anything new out of it. It's just like I like the sound, So
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like Zach Fox is like the bizarro Donald Glover
Yeah.
because he's like a TV host, like he hosted hella shit for Vice and Noisy.
Mhm.
He like does like he's acted in things, he does stand up, and he's a rapper, so it's like, and he's
Yeah.
like a fucking, like he's a meme page too, so it's like he's kind of like the bizarro Donald Glover in
That's
my
true. Because Donald Glover takes himself very seriously, even though he's
Yeah.
really good at what he does and he's funny too.
right.
But yeah, in a way, he is the bizarro version. You're right.
It's so funny, man. Well, dude, that's definitely something I was not expecting.
Yeah. Have you listened to it?
No, not at all.
You should
I'm
check
gonna
it
have to
out. You
that
should
out.
check it out. The only
might
thing
have
is,
to.
like, yeah, my only gripe, like I said, is it could have been funnier and sillier, but I guess it's just like he wanted to show that he can kind of like just rap,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Well, dude, before we move on, I forgot that I wanted to do some quick honorable mentions.
No, that's
Because there was some other albums that are like in my 15 to 20 that I'd like to just give a shout out to, and other ones that are just not on my list because of some rules. But I want to also shout out Sable by Japanese Breakfast, which is the video game OST that she made this year, which was really dope. She even played some of it at some of the shows that we went to. I think the Santa Cruz one, she played a Sable song from on there. So that's really sick. Also, Shoestrings came back together this year and put out an album on Shelf Life, and it's really good. So that's something that I want to give a quick shout out to as well. You did you ever listen to Shoestrings back in the day, Guica?
no, I don't think so.
Did you listen to Invisible Twin?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's essentially Shoestrings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they came back and dropped something on Shelf Life this year, which is sick. I also want to shout out Ducky. They put out original fuckboy shit this year, which was a really like she's starting to delve more into like hyper pop, but still hip hop. You know what I mean? Which is really cool.
That's cool.
It's like 100 Gex if they were actually like into hip hop. You know, that's what that album sounds like. So I think you should check that out. But also, we have rules that we don't include any of our projects on our list this year. But I want to shout out the Holographic Children Party Hat, man. To me,
Yo.
that's still the album of the year, even if I can't put it on my list due to our rules. I know how much work that was put into it, but you really captured a specific sound, man. And I still listen to Drunken Daydream when I'm like on a run in the fog, or like when I'm driving over the Bay Bridge at night. You know what I mean? So definitely check out Party Hat, the Holographic Children,
Dude, thank you, man.
that should be my album of the year if I could include it in my list.
Yeah. Whoa, fuck. I'm touched. You're touching me right now.
Whatever, bro.
I would also put your album on there, man. To be honest. No, dude, I would. I mean, of course, Call Me, Beat Me. It's a bop.
Yeah, because you on it. Yeah, you're right.
Not just that. You got the fucking what's it called? The one
Look,
with
the
Jay.
Itty Bitty Kitty Committee says that album is amazing, Kyle. See?
Oh, hey, thank you.
The committee says so, bro. You certified.
That's true.
Come
that's
on.
true. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people I would put on my top, but to be honest, like I feel like it's what's the word for it? Nepotism.
Yeah, nepotism.
You know, so like definitely I feel like we're putting things on our list that at for once it's not really like self-promotion, like, or it could even be taken as that, you know, so
right.
Yeah. Anyways,
well, let's get back to the list then.
Yeah.
On my number 14, I have the Island Boys. I'm just kidding. The Island Boys. Number 14, I have the first K-pop artist of my list, which means there's gonna be more. Variation of Me is actually an EP called Time About by Yukika. So that one is, if you scroll down, Yukika, it's like a Korean girl with blonde hair.
I see it. Blonde? Oh, wait, what?
To the left. It's under Tyler.
Oh,
on
okay.
The left.
Man, good thing I have a big cursor, huh?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say something else. Big cursor. So the only reason why this one's so low is that I didn't get the chance to listen to it until the beginning of December, so I haven't had a lot of time with it. But as you know, since you listened to my new song earlier, I'm transitioning to being primarily a city pop artist. You know what I'm saying? And Yukika is probably my favorite current city pop artist. She is this Japanese girl who is a K-pop star now, which I know is kind of contradictory. But the dope thing about Yukika and the dope thing about all of the K-pop artists that I'm going to talk about here is it sounds like she has actual control over the creative direction of the music that she's doing. Because oftentimes K-pop is a fucking factory, and you're going to sound like what the company is going to want you to sound like. You know what I'm saying? Yukika, there's a very clear aesthetic. There's a very clear kind of art direction that she goes for. And she's very clearly influenced by city pop. I don't know if that's the company making her do city pop because she's Japanese, or if she really loves city pop. And I'm gonna just assume I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and say she loves city pop, because there's no way you have these songs without being like even slightly influenced by it, you know. And yeah, I think like the song Insomnia is fucking a really strong just like single from that. Yeah, I really do think it's just she's a K-pop artist with a real specific art direction, which not a lot of K-pop artists have. EP super short. I think it's like 5 songs. But there's no bad ones. I love Insomnia, like I said. Time Travel is probably my favorite song on there. Because yeah, it's a song in a major key, but in the chorus it goes to a minor key, and it still sounds like it pays off, which is really interesting. Love Month is a great song. So yeah, I mean, like, I just think it's a really solid EP. It's a bit lower on my list because I just listened to it, and also, you know, we could have used more of it. But it's cool to see K-pop artists with a specific direction and a specific sound. And yeah, Yukika's probably the dopest current city pop artist other than me. And yeah, I think it's definitely worth checking out if you like city pop, or if you were into like fucking 80s anime openings. fucking that's the genre for you. So yeah, that's 14.
Yeah, I feel like the 80s anime's kind of like aesthetic is really big right now in city pop, you know?
Yeah, man. I mean, Maria Takekuchi, you know that song "Plastic Love." Like
Yeah.
that's like the stairway to heaven for
Mm.
city pop. That went platinum again for the first time in years this year. Like so, it's showing that that sound's coming back. I think you should thank even like contemporary artists like Doja Cat,
Mm.
who sounds really similar to city pop. Um, yeah, yeah.
All right, sick, sick. I'll check it out. I think he also showed me a video from her actually.
Yeah, not for, like from the album from last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, this EP is still worth checking out for
All
sure.
right. Well, for my number 14, so this is pretty low on my list just because like I haven't been able to spend too much time on it, even though it did come out June. Come to find out, it just like I feel like certain artists I get into, I think sometimes when I start listening to them, it somehow discover them. It's like it unlocks a certain algorithm to new like types of music and bands, you know. And this one just kind of came across. I came across it on my Spotify, just Discover Weekly,
Mm,
and
okay.
yeah. So like, just I was like, just going for a walk, and then that just came on, and then I decided to like dive in to the album. And I was at first I thought it came out like a while ago. I thought it came out at least like 2019 because it's not, it kind of sounds like it's from then. But I was just surprised to find out it was from this year, so I was able to put it in my list.
Nice.
But it
Okay.
is, let me look for a picture. It's Faye Webster and
Oh,
it's
Faye Webster.
Yeah, I know I'm funny.
yeah.
Haha.
Yeah, dude, I love Faye Webster. I didn't get the chance to listen to this year, but like fucking Atlanta Billionaire Club, all those out. Yeah, I love Faye Webster, dude.
Yeah. So this album, it's about 11 songs, 40 minutes. It's folky, I feel like it. If you like Phoebe Bridgers and but you like more of the slower stuff, I think she really takes her time with her songs. I feel like more than Phoebe Bridgers would, because I feel like that's the only difference.
Careful.
What was up?
You're starting to offend Phoebe Bridgers fans.
Oh no! I'm not saying anything
You
about
son of a
Phoebe
bitch.
Bridgers at all. I was just saying like Phoebe Bridgers,
Motherfucker.
I feel like in a way has like more range and dynamics when it comes to her songs, because I feel like what's the Kyoto song? That
Kyoto.
Yeah, Kyoto. Yeah. That one like sounds very different from like her other stuff, like that sounds a little bit more uplifting in a way, or like kind of like indie poppy, I guess.
I mean, she does that every album though. Like even on Stranger in the Alps, like
Yeah.
Motion Sickness and all that stuff. There was more like indie rock songs, but
Yeah,
I digress.
yeah. But I guess like what I'm saying is like if you like Phoebe Bridgers, but the slower songs of that, the more like kind of like a stringy, kind of like cafe music kind of deal. I think you didn't really enjoy this. Yeah, like it does kind of remind me of Camera Obscura, Waste Blood mostly, I think. Like Japanese Breakfast, Fiona Apple type of beats.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the only cons I would have with it is that there's not too much of a change up between songs, Oh, what the? Drop out? What happened to him? Well, guys, as you can see, City Pop reminds me of City Work from South Park. Oh, I got a laptop just rebooted. Well, guys, it's okay. It's okay. Do you guys have any BRB? You guys have any suggestions as far as like albums that you guys liked from this year? You guys keep up or just do kind of like what's the word for it? Freaking. It's for me, like this year, I have been listening to more like Final Fantasy music and video game stuff, and instrumentals, and even trying to learn how to play something. I'll play a little bit of it actually. I could play for you guys while waiting for meeting Frank. It's not gonna be as good, but we'll see. We'll see. I have been practicing. Yeah. I've been tracking more EDM theme music. Yeah. What would you recommend? And why EDM? Are you into like partying? But tell me if you guys could hear this. Fucking mic is in my way.
Damn.
You back?
Damn, we were down bad. So bad that you had to play the
Yeah,
Balaam music.
Yeah, I had to, because I can't move on and talk about the music without you, man.
Oh man, my bad, dude. I don't know what the
it's all
fuck.
good. No,
What's up?
Jimbo is talking about, he's been tracking more EDM theme though. Madian's Good Faith album. Okay. Y'all put me on Ginger Root and they're gonna,
Yeah, they're at the Fox, Sam.
Fox, that's awesome. Sound great, man. Thank you.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to go because I think it's gonna be in New York at that time. I think. Fuck, I'm sorry. Sorry, Liv. Sorry, dude. I don't know what happened. I mean, like now my computer's not lagging anymore.
That's
So,
good. Maybe that's what it
ended up working out, man.
Yeah.
How the fuck a brand new ass MacBook? Anyway, whatever. It's all Gucci. My bad, dude. Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
We were down so bad that Kuya Kyle had to play Balaam Garden music on the fucking field. I'm sorry. Final Fantasy 8 shout out. Oh man.
No, I was just because I was telling them like what I've been into recently, and that I think it's that like it's something I could learn. That's like I don't know, nostalgic. I guess sucks to suck. All right. Well,
She's been trolling me all day, y'all. Like I don't know if you guys are noticing this.
Cascade tomorrow at the Billy Graham. Anyone? Cascade? Oh shit! I'm broke, man. Yasuke soundtrack by Flying Lotus. Dude, I actually I saw that and I was about to listen to it. I know Thundercat was on one of the tracks. I think I heard that.
Oh, word?
Yeah. Beat for me this year. On repeat, J Motel.
Hey,
For me this year, also second year in a row, Thundercat. Oh yeah, it is. I should have just
Liv,
read that.
I would believe you, Liv, if you weren't this fucking mean to me most of the time. Today is a little extra though. I'm noticing extra trolling today, so we'll talk about this offline.
Damn. Well, man. Well, that was my number 14.
Yeah, I missed most of it, bro. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Who was it again?
It was Faye Webster.
Oh, that's right, Faye Webster.
Yeah.
I fuck with Faye Webster. Yeah, I've listened to her old albums.
Yeah.
She's dope. I don't appreciate the Phoebe Bridgers slander.
How is that slander though? I'm just saying.
I don't know. Anything that's not completely positive about Phoebe Bridgers is offense.
Dude, that's not. How was that any negative for Phoebe Bridgers? I'm just saying,
You implied Faye Webster is more careful with her art by saying she takes more time with it.
No. I'm saying it's like what I'm saying. It's like some people might find Faye Webster a little bit boring. Is what I'm saying. Like I like it. I'm saying that's why like Faye Webster is kind of like a little lower on the list because Phoebe Bridgers kind of offers me like kind of like different sounds when it comes to music. While she is very singer-songwriter all the way through, like.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. You bodied me in that argument. You smoked me. You're right.
Yeah, I think you were just so ready to like defend Phoebe Bridgers that you didn't even know.
It's like Catholics. Like Jesus and priests.
All he says
he's touchy about his imaginary. Yeah, I'm touchy. You know why? It's because my real girlfriend is fucking touchy. I'm about everything. Yep, the song with Flying Lotus and Thundercat from Yasuke is the top song from Black Gold.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to peep that, man. I fucking love some Thundercat and Flying Lotus.
Yeah.
Shit. All right. Man. What number are we on?
We're on 13.
Oh, 13. So this one, I think this one ended up being lower on my list because it hurt itself by putting its single out way too early, and I'm scared that I'm doing that to myself. But it's still a really solid album, and I think it's something that like everyone universally loves. And it's An Evening with Silk Sonic by Silk Sonic, who of course is Bruno Mars, aka Mike Crack, and and Anderson .Paak, aka Bald Me. Um, so yeah, dude. Do you know what the album cover looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on your list too.
Yeah.
I see. So yeah, dude. I think it's one of those albums that like the singles are the best thing about it. Let's just be honest. You know what I mean? Like Leave the Door Open is one of the greatest songs just ever written, hands down. I think Skate is probably my favorite song from this album, and I think that was the second single. And then Smoking Out the Window is a fucking amazing song. And again, those are the three singles. Unfortunately, to me, those are the three high points of the album. And even though we got a lot more in the album, and I think the album's really consistent front to back, and I don't think there's necessarily bad songs on it. I think the album cuts are nice, and it shows us that like, hey, they can write songs like this. But it didn't provide any other high points, which sometimes that happens, like with like movie trailers oftentimes do this too, where like all the good parts, like to me Eternals is like every good thing that happened on the trailer is the best parts of the movie, you know. So I think it kind of suffers from that a bit, but it doesn't outstay its welcome, right? It's really short and easy to listen to. And I also loved that, like, really the star of the show, as much as Bruno Mars is amazing, the star of the show here is fucking Anderson .Paak. And the album cuts, even though they're, again, not the strongest songs, Anderson .Paak fucking, like, carries, to me, the album cuts. What Fly As Me is literally Frankie vibes. Yeah,
Fly
I agree.
As Me.
Like,
Yeah, that's a good one.
I agree. That's one of the better album cuts, but is it better than Skate or Leave the Door Open? I don't think so, you know? So I love the album. It's obviously something I really love because it's in my top 15. It's number 13. We could have gotten more high points, I think, other than the singles, which would have been dope. But the good thing is it didn't outstay its welcome. I enjoy listening to it. I listen to it all the time. And I think it leaves the door open for them to do more. You know what I mean? Like maybe in a couple years we get another Silk Sonic album and it adds to this. At least they didn't blow their entire wad right away. So, you know, it leaves the door open for An Evening with Silk Sonic 2. Hopefully it doesn't happen right away. Hopefully they give it time. But yeah, I think it's there's enough left on the table that when they do come out with a second one, it's still going to be worth listening to. No, but it's literally, I agree. Yo, real talk. Fly As Me is definitely my swag. So yeah, that's facts. That's number 13.
Wow.
Wow. That's it. Okay. So to clarify, anybody that's never watched our top lists on this podcast, if any of us respond, wow, and don't say anything, we're not being disrespectful. It's not that he wasn't listening to me, I hope.
No, I was listening.
It's because he's going to have more to say about this album in a little bit. So
yeah, and you know what?
For the uninitiated,
I'm going to say them now.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Dude, that's why it's funny.
That's so wow.
No, but like I 100% agree with you though. Like that's my gripe with the album because it's like it's amazing.
Yeah.
And like I mean, I guess like for everything I'm talking about today, I did write some notes, you know, and I guess like what it does really well is, you know, capture that kind of like R&B, soul, 70s era, you know, kind of glammy, amazing instrumentation, and the Anderson .Paak does kill it, and like they're in their pocket, you know.
Facts.
And like you said, like they're doing this to show you that we could make this. And I was part of the hype when I first heard Silk Sonic. I was like, I think talking to other people about it, it's like, have you heard this? Have you heard this? Like,
same.
I feel like this is gonna be a moment, you know? And like, it's that thing where it's like, it's a trailer, and there's another trailer is really good, another trailer is really good, but then like when you watch the movie, like you already got spoiled and you're already over it,
Yeah.
You know, and like there's still
Yeah.
some cuts that I did like Fly As Me, Smoking. I mean, that's a single. Or is it? There's another one. After Last Night.
Oh yeah,
That was,
I
yeah.
love that song.
And-
How he's ready to marry the motherfucker
Yeah.
after last night.
Right? And it's,
Yo,
it's funny.
Liv.
And it, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yo, Liv.
I'm also to boogie to this. Oh,
There's been nights where after last night, I'm like, I'm ready to marry this bitch, man. I get it. I totally understand the song.
yeah, but I guess, but that's my gripe with it. It's in a way like I was expecting more. Maybe that's my fault. But it's also like I feel like even though they're in their pocket, they're too in their pocket.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it sounds too polished sometimes, and like I guess I was looking for some more rawness to it for them to really subvert the genre, which I think like that's my problem with a lot of Anderson .Paak's like stuff. It's like it's good, but then I'm not the biggest fan of that all the time, you know, like of that style of genre of music.
And I think you touched on something I forgot to talk about too. And I think that's also Anderson .Paak's problem is his best songs sounds like it came from like the 60s and 70s because of the instrumentation, the mixing, the all like the timbre of the instruments and the grittiness and like the rough around the edges quality of it.
Yeah.
Like, and I think Silk Sonic, and even with Silk Sonic, has Pipette syndrome. Remember the Pipettes?
Yeah.
Where they made songs that are like supposed to sound like it's from the 60s, and composition wise and lyricism and melody, that sounds like it's coming from the 60s. But when you record it and it's so polished and it's like clearly recorded today, it kind of loses the spirit of it, you know? And like if they would have recorded this entire album on tape, right? Or at least bit crushed it down, I think we would have liked this even more. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Let's be honest. I love Valerie by Amy Whitehouse. I prefer the 1968 version where it's not Mark Ronson up. You know what I mean? It's like we're gonna make this sound like they cut this in with the Wrecking Crew. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like you said, I think it's a bit too polished, and I think that's the problem with Anderson .Paak's albums too, where it's like the best songs make it better. Right, Suede on No Worries, right? It sounds gritty and it sounds like it was recorded back then. But then the album cuts is like, you recorded this on Fruity Loops, on Pro Tools, you know? So I think that was a great point on your behalf.
Yeah, and I also think that the thing with it too, because like it's Silk Sonic, I felt like the two of them, but I didn't really feel that. It didn't feel like when Kanye and Cudi did Kid Seagulls or Run the Jewels, where like I feel like it's Anderson .Paak with Bruno Mars featured in every song, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's actually true.
So I kind of wish that they kind of like maybe butted heads more and then like both brought something into the table. But I also think like the thing with Anderson .Paak is this is his style and this is what he loves to do. Bruno Mars, I feel like he's a voice and he could do different genres, but he kind of just it's like all right, I'll go do Anderson .Paak's like style now.
Yeah,
you know,
that's true. I think I mean, like, remember, like, even when I was saying, like, Anderson .Paak carries the album cuts, it's exactly what you said. Like, the album cuts, it's Anderson .Paak. Bruno Mars is a little part, so it's, like, nice to have you on, you know?
Right.
But I don't think Bruno Mars, and, like, I feel like Bruno Mars had more to offer, probably, like, stylistically, because he does, like, New Jack Swing now, which is the Bruno Mars I prefer, you know what I mean? Like, 24K Magic all the way up to like now is the Bruno Mars I prefer over the fucking bullshit that he did early on. So like I feel like he could have added some of that influence, as opposed to it being super like Anderson .Paak coming from his bag, like fucking Motown, 1960s Motown. You know what I mean, with like Stevie Wonder and them joints, and the Temptations and shit. But you know, like you said, it does feel like Anderson .Paak carried it because I'm pretty sure he did. Hopefully, with stuff they do later on, it sounds fusion.
Yeah, and I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's hella funny that we both put it at
I
the
know,
same
dude.
exact spot, bro.
And I feel bad because like I wanted to like this so much. I wanted to
Me too.
like change my life, but
Oh, I remember the question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think we would have liked this better if we did it, if there wasn't so much time in between Leave the Door Open and the album?
maybe I think so. I think so. I think it did feel like a lot of gaps in between the releases. You know, they're like,
Yeah.
wait, I thought this came out already or something. You know, like I didn't even
Yeah.
know when it came out. To be honest, it just kind of
Yeah.
like slid underneath, and then I started listening to it.
Word. I feel like when the album dropped, we were like, oh shit,
Yeah.
that came out the other day or something.
Yeah.
Whereas when Leave the Door Open dropped, everyone stopped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then they did the fucking, and then after that, like a couple months later, they did the Grammys, right? And everyone stopped. That's when they should have dropped the album. I think.
Yeah.
When they did it, like, because then everyone's gonna give everything else a chance. You could still put Skate out as a video later, like as a single later, because that's a fucking incredible song. You know what I mean? You could still put out fucking Smoking Out the Window later. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like if they would have dropped the album when they did the Grammys, we would have like, we would have like received the album cuts a little bit better.
I guess the other thing too, when we're listing music releases that I just thought about is you know, like for Pac, a lot of his songs or albums, it's like there's songs here that are so fucking good that it's gonna be on the list.
Right.
But it's these songs that put it on the list. You know, the rest is just like they kind of feel like B-sides or something, or at least I don't. You know, like it kind of hurts the experience when I feel like there's just kind of like really strong highlights and singles, and then just like, you know, songs that don't tie anything together. It's just like a compilation almost.
Word.
Yeah.
Word. That is true.
Yeah, man. It's your number 12.
Oh, number 12. So, you know, sometimes you just need albums that don't necessarily mean anything. There's not like a clear concept, but you like the artist enough and like the songs go crazy enough to where you listen to it all the time. And maybe I'm selling this album a bit short by saying that, but compared to the rest of this person's discography, it's like one of the least introspective projects or bodies of work they've ever done, but it's still really good. Had a lot of great features, and you know, this was the song that I heard from this album first made me say, "Oh shit, are things going on at TDE?" And then obviously we hear later on that Kendrick's leaving TDE and stuff like that, and SZA still hasn't put out an album, and you know, Absol is kind of butting heads with fucking Top and all that stuff. So you know, maybe things aren't as smooth at TDE like we normally think. But this was the first album I heard where I'm like, there's a line in one of the features that makes you question. But the album's really great. Obviously, it's high on this list. Great features, great slaps, and the album is "The House Is Burning" by Isaiah Rashad, and that the cover should be like a drawing of a house if you scroll down.
Of a house.
It's to the right. Yep, it's the second to the right on
This
the
one?
top. Yep, that's it. Perfect. So big shout out to Chemo on this too, because Chemo is like the biggest Isaiah Rashad fan I know, and if it wasn't for Chemo, I wouldn't know Isaiah Rashad's discography. Like so the Sylvia tape, fucking the Sun's Tirade, things like that. Isaiah Rashad is one of the more introspective artists in TDE, and that's saying something because TDE is full of really introspective artists. Yep, Obama loves this album too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think the song with fucking SZA, I think, is on his list. And shout out Obama's list, because Obama's list has some like indie cuts that I'm like, what
That's
the
funny.
fuck, bro? But yeah, so this album has a lot of great features. From the Garden, I think, has Uzi on it, which is a great song. Lay With Ya with Duke Deuce was the first single, and Duke Deuce is this fucking like crunk rapper from Memphis who I fucking love. So that song's lit. He has a song with Smino on there, and you know how much I love Smino. Smino is fucking is so dope. Then he has songs with fucking SZA, like I said, and Black's on that song, I think, as well. Actually, the song that was on Obama's list is For the Locals. Headshots For the Locals, which is like just Isaiah Rashad, which is fucking sick. But there's a song on there that I want to highlight. It's called True Story with J Rock and Jay Worthy. And for those that don't know, Jay Worthy is part of that duo London Drugs. which is super dope. But J Rock says something on his verse, and he calls himself a Top Dog alumni. So does that mean, alumni means you were there and then you graduated or you left, right? Does that mean he graduated from TDE? And that was the first one I heard where I'm just like, what the fuck? What's going on
Where
at TDE?
Isaiah he said?
No, J Rock.
J-Rock is. J-Rock. Okay.
Yeah, J Rock said it on Isaiah Rashad's song. And by the way, J Rock has the best verse on that song. You should definitely listen to it. It's lit. J Rock's really in his like fucking what's that song from Black Panther? The Kings, whatever. You know that song?
Yeah. Fuck.
With the la-di-da-di-da. But J Rock's verse
yeah.
on that is like just the best. You know what I mean? So J Rock's in that bag. But he fucking says Top Dog
Killmonger.
alumni.
Right?
Killmonger, yeah. Is it called Okay, I don't know. But the what was I saying? Yeah, J Rock fucking says that he's a Top Dog alumni, so you're just like, what the fuck? Is he leaving Top Dog? And then you hear SZA is having issues with leadership there, and Absol's having issues with leadership there. And then fucking Kendrick drops that he's leaving TDE. Like, this next album is his last TDE album. So it's just like, it makes you think. So it sucks that that's the biggest thing that I want to highlight off of The House is Burning, because this album is really good, but I just wanted to make sure I highlight that. But yeah, like when it comes to like this album, I was expecting more of a, I don't know, like introspective and like maybe like more sad album from Isaiah Rashad, because that's what you come to expect. And with this big album, like studio album debut, that's what you'd expect. But he comes through with bangers, bro. And even if you don't get the substance that you normally look for, it's still great music. A lot of great features. You never get tired of listening to it. And yeah, I don't know. TDE is still my favorite label, even with all the bullshit going on. And Isaiah Rashad hopefully could kind of take the lead once Kendrick leaves, because I think Isaiah Rashad has the talent too. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, man. And like, I mean, TDE is something that I kind of look up to. I feel like it's kind of one of those things when there's like companies or like studios that you believe in, and TDE was that, because it seems like they were really close. It's just a bunch of like very talented pool of artists that all of a sudden emerge.
Word.
And they even like work out together and stuff like that. They seem like family.
Yeah. See, definitely.
That's why I guess it sucks, and sounding like there are a lot of hints there, like The House is Burning. That sounds like a.
Oh shit! Damn it! I never
Yeah.
thought about that. What if Isaiah Rashad is talking about TDE?
Yeah.
What if this album is hella meta? And that's the
dude.
narrative.
I mean, that's what I would take away from. I didn't listen to it, but that's what I would take away from it.
I might be maybe I'm just hella high and I'm just buying what you're selling right now. I gotta talk to Chemo. He would know more. Chemo's hella into Isaiah Rashad, but surprisingly, this is also not Chemo's album of the year.
Oh,
But,
wow.
we'll talk about that later.
All right.
Wow.
Well, for my number 12, it's something that you just gotta put on, and like I like this group, because and it's kind of hard to judge their work because it's a lot of instrumentals. It's just instrumentals, actually. It's jazz,
Oh shit!
And
Okay.
it's the album's called Talk Memory by Bad Bad Not Good.
Good old Bad Bad Not Good.
Yeah,
Nice.
man. Just like whenever I listen to Bad Bad Not Good, I'm just in awe at like how good they are at playing instruments. It's just like a really good jam session that has a lot of different build-ups that sometimes feel cinematic. But yeah, it just always stays fresh. But I guess it's like what I was saying, it's hard to judge albums like this. I guess like one of its benefits is it can't be compared to the others as much compared to when you're like, oh, you're gonna compare like Kendrick's work from his previous one, or Isaiah or any other artist. I feel like when it comes to like a lot of instrumentalists, I guess they kind of get a pass, it's like it's just really pleasant music, and like let me see, it's like 8 songs, about 42 minutes, and I guess this year I just been more drawn to a lot of instrumentals,
Word.
I don't know what it is, because I feel like I appreciate the movement of like instrumentals, when they do it well, because in a lot of songs there's a definite structure.
Yeah.
While instrumentals, it kind of like sometimes it could loop, but a lot of it just has different parts, and it has to like get there, and it does it seamlessly. You know, it's like it's definitely when it's a music or like music becomes an experience, I guess. Where like I don't know, I guess like for other songs you could expect when the hook is coming again. While this one, it's like a lot of anticipation and like I don't know, it's like crafted in a way, you know, like that.
Well, because it's more of like an environment versus
yeah,
like,
yeah, I guess that's it. It's more like an environment, you know. I like when I listen to that, it kind of becomes part of like my environment.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah.
I guess it's like I play a lot of RPGs, and when
That's
I'm
what I
in
was gonna say.
and I'm walking around, there's like a theme, anyways. But I guess that's that. Like it can exist in my environment, and it's like I don't know. The presence is felt, I guess, and there's just a lot of energy there because they're just playing their ass off. But yeah, I guess like as far as my favorite songs from there, the release standout ones, I would say beside April, starts off kind of feeling like Final Fantasy X / Amelie combined.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I just like how like kind of like playful the guitar is, but then when it comes in, it's kind of like unorthodox, I guess, with how it sounds, you know. And the opening track, Signal from the Noise, I think is just a perfect way to kind of introduce you to the soundscape or the world that they're going to show you, and also like kind of give you a preview of what to expect, you know. Yeah, that's like number 12, and it's like it's gonna be one of those things that is just like so hard to describe because it's no words to like grasp onto, you know.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, but like I also like you, like if you look at my most listened to artist this year, other than obviously Phoebe Bridgers, I was in the top 0.5%, according to Spotify. After that was Nobuo Uematsu, because I just have fucking video game music up at all times, bro. Like I noticed, like when we were opening presents for Christmas this year, you know what I had up on the TV playing in the background while we all passed out presents?
What?
I had a Kingdom Hearts Yule log video where it's just the Yule log from like Santa's house in fucking Nightmare Before Christmas World. It just has that on, and it's just playing fucking Kingdom Hearts music, Twilight Town, Traverse Town. It's like that we're fucking opening fucking presents and shit to it. So I mean, I get it, bro, and I'm gonna check this out because that between that and like Luna Lee, there's a lot of good instrumental shit out right now. Jams EP, man. That's an honorable mention for me too.
Oh hey,
cool. Oh Mike,
thank you.
Thanks for the raid, brother.
What's up? Thank you, man.
Man, Mike, we appreciate you, my crack, man. I appreciate you, cuz I'm gonna see you next week too, Brody. I'm gonna be in LA, so that'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeet boy, what's up? Thank you for the follow.
Thanks for the follow, Yeet boy. We appreciate you.
What kind of music you listen to?
Wait, Mike, can you give us an update because we know you're doing a Nuzlocke run, and Dark Ruffalo here died a few times. How's the newest iteration of Dark Ruffalo doing? Is he dead yet? Or I was watching his stream last night when I was grinding Smash. Yeah, but it was so funny. But cool. Are we on 11?
Yeah, we're on 11.
Okay. Well, here comes not yet, but his time may come soon. Oh man. But cool. Number 11 for me is my second. Okay, had a couple close calls today. I gotta watch the VOD, bro. Monica, what's up, Monica? I think Monica's gonna like this entry for my number 11 album of the year because it's my second K-pop artist that's on this list, and it's "Taste of Love" by Twice.
Oh shit!
So do you know that album cover? I mean, it says "Taste of Love" on it. There's a bunch of Korean girls on it.
Taste of Love.
There you go. So Yukika, I think, is my new favorite K-pop artist because of just like their aesthetic. But I think Twice is today still what I love about like K-pop girl groups. You know what I mean? Like Girls' Generation, shit like that. I feel like Twice still keeps that like spirit alive, but also still sounding like they have creative control over their music because like their albums are pretty focused. A lot of like K-pop girl albums to me like they try to cater to all genres, so they'll have these types of songs. Twice always has a pretty consistent like theme throughout their albums. And Taste of Love is just like, I think, just my type of pop music, bro. Like Alcohol Free, the opening track is really good. I think First Time might be their best song ever. Even better than TT, and I love TT.
TT?
Pause. Yeah,
No,
you had to do that. I love TT. But there is a song that I will say that I fucking hate on this album, which is kind of why it fell out of the top 10, because out of 6 songs, if you have one bad song, that's already kind of fucking with your percentage. I think Scandal is an awful song, and I hope that I never hear that song again. But I think Twice is fucking dope. There's nothing too much to say about it other than it's just really good pop music. I know your sisters are also onces, like I am. I'm a once. And I think Twice put out another album this year that I just didn't get to. They put out a lot of music, but yeah, they were broken up for a while. They're back together, and Taste of Love was a great way to come back. First Time is their greatest song of all time. And yeah, I'm a once. And my name is Medium Frank, and I'm a once.
Hi, Medium Frank. Anyways.
Hi, Medium Frank.
But yeah, I gotta check that out because I've been trying to get into more K-pop. Because yeah, my sisters introduced me to them, and it's good. I gotta say, it's really good. It's just like
Good music, man.
it's like taking all the different types of pop, putting it together, and making it just more like intense.
And making it just like cuter.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, awesome, man. For my number 11, it is something that you actually showed me. And I was pretty impressed when I heard it, and I think it's one of the most interesting things I've heard of recently. Definitely the beginning tracks kind of gave me Death Grips vibe, and me and Death Grips.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I gotta say, like, I'm just really impressed by the creativity and the range of this person. And
Jay, what up, cousin Jay? I'm sorry,
what's up, man?
Because anytime we see Jay Harmony in here, we gotta make sure we stop everything and say what's up to him, man. Thanks for coming through, Jay. I miss you, bro.
But yeah, I guess the person I'm talking about is Genesis Owusu.
Smiling with no teeth.
Smiling with no teeth. And let's see. Okay, so that's my number 11.
Yeah, this album goes so crazy, bro.
Yeah, and I guess what I like about it, it has like a post-punk feel it's going for.
Bruh.
And especially in the very beginning of the songs. It starts off with the kind of like I said, it sounds like Death Grips, but then it goes into like a breakdown that sounds like it came from Tekken.
Yeah.
For
sure.
And I feel like, I don't know if he does any of the beats, but let's see, it's about 15 songs, 53 minutes. I guess I like how there's like a lot of edge to him that he shows in the very beginning to kind of show you like how heavy he could hit. And then pulls back a little bit, and kind of show you like a more melodic side to what he could do. The second song is probably my favorite, and it's the other Black Dogs. And what I like that is it uses this illusion, like this auditory illusion that like makes it feel like it keeps ramping up, even though it's just a loop. Yeah, and I just like that. It's like it the whole time it kept you on the edge of your seat, right? The only thing I would say is like the change between the first two, to the chill stuff felt too abrupt to me, and I guess maybe I wanted more of like the post-punky stuff. I guess I like that side of him more. I would say, because the parts when he does the melodic stuff, it still sounds good, but it's giving me like the Childish Gambino vibes.
Yeah, I feel that. Yep.
The Donald Glover presents, like the 315, what is it, 20? Yeah, it's giving me that the vibes were like the first couple songs, and even later on, like what is it, Easy?
Mhm.
Easy with it feels like Thundercat and stuff like that. So I still love the songs, even when he kind of switches into the bluesy kind of feel, right?
Mhm.
But the first two songs were just so out there and so like, like it feel like it's something I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at least
I
with the
feel
other
that.
songs, even if they're kind of more like, it's, like more familiar, he still adds
Mhm.
his own like flair, and it's still kind of like pushes it out there. So
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah,
Well,
that's my number 11.
wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So, as you guys know, that means I'm going to talk about it right now because I have it at number 10.
Oh damn! Oh
We
shit!
can-
I saw on the list, so
Why did I know? Why does this keep happening?
I
But yeah,
know.
man, I think I love it for the same exact reasons you do, but I think I give more. But I think I like the more melodic stuff a little bit more.
Oh.
That's not to say I don't like the post punk shit because I told you this. I feel like the other dog, like the other black dog that we were talking about,
Mm.
and I think it was "Don't Need You."
Mm.
I think that's fucking what Joy Division wanted to sound like if they had access to a MacBook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If Ian Curtis had a fucking MacBook Pro, that's what it would have been. You know what I'm saying? And when you hear that at first, I'm like, damn, I'm about to listen to a really good post-punk album.
Yeah.
But almost the abruptness of like Centerfold and Waiting on You, I think also like fits his narrative more, you know? Because a lot of what he talks about are like kind of like the jingoism in Australia and being Aboriginal and stuff like that. I think it just shows like the dichotomy, the same kind of like thing that Childish Gambino tries to portray, that like being black isn't just one thing. You know what I mean? Like just because you're like you listen to this type of music or you're into these types of art forms and media, that doesn't mean Tyler also fights for this too, right? Like that's still the black experience for them because they're black, you know? And I feel like that's kind of like lending itself to that narrative on this album. So man, but I will say like Waiting on You might be my favorite R&B song of the year.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have expected that in an album that has The Other Black Dog, which is the most Joy Division sounding shit ever.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I think that's what's so impressive about it. I think you've touched on already most of the things that I want to talk about with this, so I think I'll just leave it with the crazy thing about this is his first project ever.
Yeah.
Like no mixtapes before this, like some singles before this. You know what I mean? But this
Yeah.
was his first actual full body of work.
Mhm.
Like that's terrifying to see because like how much more like hone his sound moving forward, because that's the cool thing about Death Grips, right? Like at first it was like they were dabbling in like a lot of like more hip hop sounding stuff still, and now a lot of that has like really distilled, but it's because I feel like they've really honed into what the people like and the essence of Death Grips. And even though it's not necessarily 100% for me, like I could respect that they've like honed into like their wave, their sound, their lane, and I feel like Genesis Owusu has yet to do that. So how are you going to mix R&B, hip hop, and post punk? I'm interested to hear where that fucking goes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
And I feel like, I guess the thing with the R&B sounding songs, like I still really like,
Yeah.
I think it's just because like the other ones, the post punky ones, the way he flips it on his head feels very futuristic.
Yeah,
Like
agreed.
I'm getting such a vibe, but like, I think I just need to listen to it more and like maybe absorb more of what he's talking about, like you said. Because I do feel like with especially things higher on the list, I feel like those are the things that did kind of connect with me as far as like the message, the theme being expressed with the songs, So
Yeah, word.
all right,
Number 10, top 10.
number 10. So my number 10, it's another one that came into my Discovery Weekly playlist, right?
Okay.
And I first heard their song called Sunglasses last year, and I thought it came out a while ago, but then when they came out with the EP this year, that song was on there. And they're an English rock band. They formed in 2018. They're kind of like noise post-punk. And it's called Black Country New Road. And that's also the name of the release.
Okay. Never heard. Never heard of them.
Yeah. So they kind of have a post-punk like sound, you know?
Mhm.
And but also a mixture of like Modest Mouse and yeah, just a lot of like kind of like jagged guitar riffs and stuff like that.
Okay.
But then at the same time, I just really like the dynamics because they're not just always like abrasive. They kind of have like strings and horns coming in, and I just like the use of their horns in their instruments, right? I don't think it's gonna be the most palatable for people, especially if like you know, like I don't know. I feel like if you mostly listen to hip hop or pop and stuff like that, this is probably not for you. But to me, I just like how different it is, how ugly it could be, like it's sounding. And the singer is not exactly singing. He's just kind of like what's the word for it? Doing spoken word. You know, but you just feel like the fucking like energy behind it. You know, it's kind of like the fall spoken word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the same time, the lyrics sometimes are kind of weird, funny, and borderline cringy sometimes, or at least pretentious. It's he has a song called In Sunglasses, right? When I first heard it, it starts off with like kind of like Modest Mousey like riff, right? And then the dude's talking and he's like talking about the most British things. You know, it's like my mother is watching telly in the kitchen as blah blah blah, and it's just like describing his like white problems, I feel like. And then when it comes to like the breakdown, it's like the post-punk like horns come in and stuff like that. And then part of the lyrics he says later is leave Kanye out of this. Yeah, and it's like that part to me was just like seems too like I don't know. You gotta listen to this song where like I like the song, but like whenever I hear that, I'm always like I don't know if like it's cringy or if it's smart or brilliant. You know, Brits call their homies mumsy. Let's see, what else did I say about this?
Mumsy.
Yeah, the songs are pretty lengthy because it's only like 6 songs, but it's at 14 minutes for 6 songs. So like
Lord.
Yeah, like each song is almost like 6 minutes each. But
Jesus.
What I appreciate about it though is like it's like something that's a deviation from Mike Rack says 2255-082 gotta be #1 this year.
Oh man, Mike, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Thanks, man. I don't put my own shit on my lists, but I appreciate that, man. I really do.
Yeah,
Man, Jay, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all ain't gotta say that. I know y'all fucked with it though, and that's what matters the most, man. Man, that's really cool. You ought to say that for real.
But yeah, I guess just the last things I'm gonna say about this is like I appreciated the deviation from the norm as far as like what I listen to, and I appreciated how like it's kind of the structure of it is kind of linear in a sense, but it's driving. You know, it's like moving forward, and then there's different sections it gets to. It's just like it's like noise rock, so you kind of have to like have the patience to get there.
Yeah, 6 minutes though, bro. Like I don't know if I don't know. Ain't nobody got time for it. I'm just kidding. I'll check it out though.
Yeah, man.
The leave Kanye out of this sounds funny enough where I'll at least check that song out. And Jay Harmony says #2 party hat. I said this earlier.
Thank you, man.
I said this earlier. In my honorable mentions, we have a rule where we don't put our own albums and our friends' albums on these lists. But in my honorable mention, I said Party Hat was album of the year, and we also shouted out fucking World Tour, the Hood World Tour with fucking 8-Bit J and Stoneface Doomalake. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, we appreciate the love, bro. All right.
Man.
Anything else on that?
No, that's pretty much it. Like I said, it's not for everyone, but if you like noise rock, you should check it out.
Definitely. Well, we're gonna break our little streak of talking about the same album hella close to each other. But for me, #9, So again, sometimes you just need music that doesn't make you think too hard, you know? And I always have room for just fucking great R&B. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, first things first, I'm an R&B head first and foremost. Everything else comes after that. You know what I'm saying? R&B first, then it's hip hop, then it's indie pop, then it's fucking everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. Oh, that album's called Smiling with No Teeth by Genesis
Mm.
Owusu. Bro, I think you would love that
Yeah,
album just
that's an
knowing you,
amazing
bro.
album.
And it's also gonna make you like listen to different genres, but still have a root in hip hop from a Aboriginal dude from Australia, bro. Like I think you would totally fuck with that. It's like me and fucking Dark Ruffalo making an album together. It's like a holographic children and medium Frank album where we
I
use each other's influences.
I
You
could
know what I'm
see
saying?
that. I actually, because I'm always gonna be
Right?
trying to bring Death Grips in, you know. Like,
You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be like, I've been waiting on you.
yeah.
But yeah, so I was gonna say, as I say for number 9, I'm an R&B head first, and even though there's no strong narrative in this album and it's not innovating, it's not like they're making new sounds or anything. It was still fucking 11 songs that I think are amazing that I listen to all the time, especially when I'm barefoot cleaning the house on Saturday mornings type shit. And again, R&B first and foremost. And we already know how much I want to marry this person. You know what I mean? This is somebody that we went to see on Halloween 2 years ago, and she was a zebra, and it's Sinead Harnit's Ready Is Always Too Late. And if you scroll down, the album cover is just my wife's face. If you scroll down, do you see my wife there? She's right there in the middle next to Civilization 2.
This one?
To the right there. That's my baby girl right there.
Yeah, I thought
Sinead
that was
Harnett.
Demi Lovato from Far Away.
Don't you ever fucking first you want to come at Phoebe Bridgers and now you want to come against you want to stop this podcast right now? Like, come on, cuz. Like,
Yeah,
don't
I wasn't
ever
gonna judge you
disrespect-
for liking Demi Lovato, dude.
Bro, man, look at Sinead Harnett.
No, I
None
don't
of them
think.
says Demi-
I don't think they're the same at all. Don't worry. Don't worry.
That's my baby girl, all right? And so anyway, fucker, this album has just been consistent on my list for net banging in real life. Dude, so this album's been on my list consistently all year. It's never risen and it's never dropped. And because it's just a really solid R&B album. I still think Lessons in Love, her last album, is her best album, but this is still a really consistent album. It has great features. While there's not a lot, the features are great. My favorite song in this whole album is called Take Me Away, featuring Earth Gang. I love Earth Gang, bro. Like, I think Earth Gang might be like when they drop Ghetto Gods next year. I feel like that might be in consideration for my top next year. So Earth Gang is amazing.
Weren't they supposed to be in fucking Outside Lands?
Yeah, and then they
Fuck.
dropped out. That broke my heart.
Yeah.
The two that really fucked me, like Young Thug was sad, and I love Young Thug, but Earth Gang dropping out, and then fucking Y&J dropping out. If Y&J would have been there, bro, damn. But but no, Sinead Harnett, man, Earth Gang, Take Me Away is an incredible fucking song. That's the best song on this album. She also has Lucky Day, so if you're an R&B head, you know Lucky Day is on this album. And then also she has a song with Masego and Van Jess called Stickin', which came out I think a little bit earlier than the album, and that song is just perfect. Anything with Masego, honestly, if you're an R&B head, you know. And then she even has some like more kind of like dance hall Caribbean Afrobeat type song inspired songs on there too, with the Obvious is amazing. But Ready Is Always Too Late is a classic Sinead Harnett ballad. Hard for Me to Love You, classic R&B ballad for Sinead Harnett. And yeah, man, I love Sinead Harnett so much. I'm about to marry her, I swear to God. Yeah, and so yeah, that's my number 9. A cool R&B artist to peep. Just found 2 months ago. His name is Realisk.
Yeah.
Realisk. Less Toxic Brent Fayez. Oh my god. Okay, I might have to peep that too, man. Thanks for Jay Harmony always puts me onto good R&B, so I'll make sure to peep that out. But you should peep out Sinead too if you haven't heard her, bro. Because yeah, this is her second best album. I still think Lessons in Love is better, but consistent number 9.
Yeah, I should check it out. I didn't even know that she came out with something.
She was a zebra.
Yeah,
Remember when
Realist
we saw her?
K.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she was a zebra.
Realist K. Okay.
All right. Well, my number 9. Yeah, we're number 9, right? Yeah. So my number 9 is it's an artist that I really like and respect. You know, sometimes he comes out with really controversial stuff, you know. And his sound, he produces his songs, and he pretty much like, I think at one point last year or like 2019, he apparently made like 60 songs in a year, and he's just showing people. And I feel like a lot of it, that the things that he's releasing are kind of like archives from that, you know. And I'm sure like still new stuff that he comes out like the same year, because he's just I guess like just has that.
Oh, sorry, Jake.
good.
Snow Allegra was number 18 on my list. She just missed the top 15. I love that Snow Allegra album. Tyler's stuff on there is awesome. But yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. But yeah, my number 9 is LP by JPEG Mafia.
By fucking JPEG. Oh,
Yeah,
from
dude.
Peggy. You like LP, but how do you feel about EP2?
I like DP too. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like they're kind of similar. I feel like he's on the same wave, you know. And listening back to his, like, I'm starting to dive into his discography. It's diving into deeper cuts, and I noticed that he doesn't really like innovate too much for him. I think his sound is just innovative, you know. But he has different like types of songs where like, okay, this one's auto-tune sing-songy, you know, and stuff like that. There's about 18 songs, 49 minutes, so it doesn't.
Jesus.
18 songs. It doesn't stay as welcome because it's like under an hour, you know.
49 minutes.
I think for a lot of people who weren't into his previous albums, and because of how weird it is, I think that's more palatable, you know, because I think he started, you know, he has weird beats, but he, you know, and a lot of it could be described or compared to Death Grips, but the difference with,
especially like on Veteran and shit, you know?
On Veteran, where like he samples freaking Old Dirty Bastard just going and he raps over that.
You think you know me?
Yeah, it was such a cool tagline. Yeah,
that's from Edge from the WWE too.
Is it?
You think you know me?
Shit.
So sick.
But I think this album, he kind of like changes up his beat to more boom bop, but still has his like out there productions on it, you know. I would say that the highlights would be Thought's Prayer, where he flips my loneliness is killing me to like my loneliness is killing me inside. It goes like that, you know. Sick, Nervous, and Broke, I could feel kind of like the desperation and like his struggles and stuff like that. And just the only thing, my only gripe with it, I would say, is like knowing his discography as I'm diving into it, I kind of expected more as far as content, where I feel like right now he's just on like, he's rap, you know, just like talking shit to other rappers, which is okay. Like, and like, I think a lot of his appeal is that like he's on the internet talking shit to people. But I like the other day I just found out that he had this song, right? That's very controversial. Have you ever heard about like a song where he got like heat for?
No, which song?
Yeah. So it's called I Just Killed a Cop and Now I'm Horny.
Oh shit, I don't know if I heard that one.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like what he did is, in the beginning he puts like this audio of like this cop getting killed, you know, when he stopped a veteran who's having PTSD. And then like listening to that song, it's like, it's simple, but it's like really deep, because he's talking about how like the reason why he put it there, and people are getting mad, right? The reason why he put it there, because he said like for like a good solid year, he felt like he tunes into the TV and always sees like a black person dying on TV. It's like disrespectful and stuff. But then when he just puts that in his art, like people like react negatively,
up in arms and shit.
Yeah, where he feels like it's just fake outrage at that point, because you're not angry about these things, you know.
That's facts.
But I guess that's the only reason why, like, as like I love this, because sonically and how creative he is, and he just makes the stuff he likes to make from the very beginning to the end. It just feels like, you know, he had his hands on it. Like you could tell it's like he's not. And I guess like part of it is like he feels like someone like us who could have made weird beats.
Yeah.
You know, like some of the sounds he uses sounds like something we have used in our programs.
Yeah, for sure. I did skim through this album, I think recently, and I thought it was cool. Like, I mean, like, you know, what I expect from Peggy is like fucking the guy, the veteran guy, the guy
Yeah.
that fucking covered Carly Rae Jepsen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting. But when I heard the beats, I was like, damn, it actually sounds like the beat that he produced for Danny Brown and Run the Jewels, right? 2 Tears. You remember that song?
Yeah.
So it's like even though it wasn't what I was expecting, I was like, oh, I kind of get where that comes from, though. You know what I mean? But yeah, I didn't get the chance to listen to it enough to like really give it a full opinion. I listened to EP2 a couple times too. But yeah, I love Peggy, dude. Peggy's dope. I just still need to like make the effort to really like dive in.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, but you kind of brought up a point that actually I was talking to this album about someone earlier, and that it does remind me of Danny Brown.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess like when I thought of that, I did appreciate it more, even though I felt like it wasn't saying anything as like meaningful, you know, because almost each song is about like just talking shit about other people. But in that context where it kind of felt like Danny Brown, I guess it's like, no, I think it is more of his persona than like the message.
Right.
Yeah.
And Danny Brown's a big fan of Bro. Like Danny Brown loves Peggy. He talks about him a lot in interviews.
Oh yeah,
stuff like that.
I see. That's cool.
So,
that's cool.
It's really cool, man. But dope. Number 8. Fuck, man. We're the bean done kicked in. The edible hit. I'm fucking super stoned right now. But number 8 for me, we're getting deep. This is gonna be an indie rock album that I think is again just setting up great things for this artist. I feel like my palette for this artist was really helped by all the music I was listening to last year, like how much I got into like Soccer Mommy and shit like that last year. I think this was like a natural next step for me getting back into deeper into like indie rock and just like being more kind of in tune with the scene. But this album is Any Shape You Take by Indigo D'Souza. The album cover, if you scroll down, is
I think I know this one.
It's like let me see. Yep, that's that one. Yep. I think her mom drew that, which is fucking sick.
Really?
Yeah, Indigo
trippy,
D'Souza's
trippy art.
Super trippy. But yeah, dude, like I feel like this is, even though like it's kind of an inconsistent album in terms of the sound, I think just like the raw ideas of a very new artist, because I believe Indigo is like 19. She's super young, bro. Like I think like the raw ideas are just so good on their own. And even though like they're supposed to be like an overall narrative and it kind of misses the mark there, I still think that they're all individually amazing songs and shows a lot of potential for this artist. You start out, the song 17 is funny because it's more like a synth pop song, and it has like even her vocals is like auto tune, and it's kind of sounds like a bit of Caro Benito with fucking Postal Service, with a really really smart hook, you know, great song. But then it goes into like Darker Than Death and Die/Cry, which sounds like they could be Soccer Mommy songs. They sound like they could be, you know, early Death Cab. It sounds like, you know what I mean? So it's like it really kind of switches gears there. And the song, like the writing gets a little darker, like what she's actually singing about, even though some of the lyrics are a bit juvenile and stuff like that. So, you know, while the album kind of like dances around with different sounds and shit, like Bad Dream is literally like a fucking title fight esque fucking pop punk / shoegaze song. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's kind of all over the place with the genres, but I think they're all individually executed so well that it's just like, damn, once she gets older and she really starts to hone into her sound, kind of like Genesis Owusu, it's kind of scary where it's gonna go. And I feel like she could be like the new face, the new fucking darling of the indie rock scene, especially because that's starting to like really like come back again with bands like Soccer Mommy, bands like fucking Tops and shit like that. So yeah, man, really excited about Indigo D'Souza. I feel like hopefully in the future we get more consistent like sounds throughout an album and make it sound a little bit more cohesive. But really cool to hear this sound kind of come back and hearing the new spin on it. I'm really interested to see if she's going to do anything more with that like Caro Benito / fucking Postal Service sound and mixing that more in with indie rock. I'm interested to see if there's something she could do with that. But yeah, more to come with them, hopefully. Yeah, Indigo de Souza's dope.
Yeah, you have played this artist for me, and I like it a lot. I'm gonna check it out.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, for my number 8, so the number 8, didn't expect this to release. Just randomly appeared on my front page of Spotify, but it is someone that his previous album that he released I really loved, and for this year he released Vince Staples.
Oh shit!
So I think it's just titled Vince Staples. 10 songs, and it's funny because I've been like, for all my notes I wrote like how long they are. It's 22 minutes 2 seconds.
What?
That's a sign.
Yeah, what's the mathematics? God.
6 now. So I guess I really liked FM, right? Because like the thing with FM, it was my proper introduction to Vince Staples. I have heard North. I've heard all like a lot of his stuff, but I feel like now he's making more like cohesive albums. Or
and shout out Big Boy, who was all over fucking FM, right? He was the radio host.
Yeah.
LA people stand up, man.
Yeah, and I guess that's what was cool with FM, right? What really made him stand out for me compared to other rappers. Where like, oh, cool, he had this like concept of a radio from where he's at, and made it seem real, and like the way it flowed to one for the next. Really fun songs, and he's talking about like what's happening in his neighborhood environment, while representing his city and kind of like that college life that he had. So I appreciated that.
I'm talking about. Sorry, just
but yeah, I appreciated that. But in a way, I feel like with this new album, I do feel like it's much more personal. It's a lot more minor chords, a lot more like kind of somber, but at the same time,
you should also drag the album cover.
Oh shit, I should, huh? Let me see. Yeah, right here. But yeah, I guess what I was saying about it though is that for some reason this album kind of still took what FM had. It didn't have like a concept or a gimmick that's like, oh, a radio station, but it felt like a better representation of what it was trying to do in FM for me, where like I could feel the influence of his environment and his upbringing in this more, and it felt more honest as far as like compared to FM, where FM now after this feels like it was a really cool experience that I had through Grand Theft Auto, like their radio station. So which is cool. It's fun. But I guess it's just like the two differences between the two. I would say it's even like a companion album listen that you should do. Like each song with this album kind of feel like it has a really good transition between each song. Where like it just felt very cohesive, and that transitions like the segues are really like what's the word for it? I guess it just like all fits, like it feels like one whole experience. And judging my my picks for this list that we're doing, I guess that's part of the experience too. It's like you could have amazing songs, but it needs to be a good experience as a whole for it to be high up there. But at the same time, even though it's like a more of a concept release, I feel like his songs are easy to get into, like his opening words, "Are you with that?" sounds very like melodic, and like he's kind of almost singing to it, but at the same time, even though it feels like it could be a pop song, he's talking about not being able to trust people in his neighborhood and his friends because it's kind of like a dog eat dog world, and kind of like living with that, and I guess that's why I feel like it's a better representation of the environment he's been trying to tell us now. I feel like he's telling us the same things. It's not like he's changing, but like he's getting better at like, I feel like accepting that part of him and expressing it, But So yeah, even though it's a really fun listen, like you're not even gonna feel the time go by listening to this. I feel like you're gonna get a lot out of this, and I think that the more I listen to it, the more I'm gonna appreciate it.
Oh yeah. I love Vince Staples, man. I think my favorite Vince Staples project still is Big Fish Theory because he like really experimented with the sound, you know, and he did a lot of like Chicago house and stuff like that on it. FM, I was late to, but you showed it to me. I ended up really liking it, so I'm gonna check this out, man. Shout out Long Beach. Shout out all my relatives in Long Beach too. Shout out Tita Elise and Tito Dan, man. Shout out y'all, man. I fuck with Long Beach. But yeah, cool. What number are we on?
We are now on number 7.
Okay. Number 7 is something that was like number 1 early on in 2021 for me. And I really enjoy it. I really like this band. And Jimbo, I wasn't ignoring your comment. I just wanted to hold on to it because this number 7 for me is Caro Caro Benito. But it's not the album Civilization 2. It's the single because I didn't get the chance to listen to the album, but since the single has 3 songs on it, we're counting it, baby. So Civilization 2, this was an early number 1 for me. If you could scroll down, could you, Kyle, and drag that thing up there for me?
All right.
You know the cover for it. Yeah. So you keep telling me to listen to the album, and I have not listened to the album. But Caro Caro Benito is so dope because of Sarah Benito herself and the other homies that produced her. But you remember this was like number 1 for me early on because the 3 songs on this single was something that like was super relevant. You know what I mean? Princess and the Clock, Well Rested. And then my favorite song, which is literally just the date. Just she had a good ass day on 420 or 421 in 2020. Like what a wonderful day she had in quarantine. And that's what's so great about that song is that the way she described just what she did that day under quarantine is literally like just everybody had that same time. Everybody had that same exact experience, right? Where it was like, yo, I woke up, I did what I could by myself. I went on a walk, I had food, other people were around, I FaceTimed my friends, and then I went to fucking sleep. And that was like literally all of our experience for a year, right? And like, but like the context of it is just like, yo, like it's a happy song, right? It sounds kind of happy because in relationship to how people were actually suffering during the COVID pandemic, having an uneventful day like that is fucking beautiful. It's happy as fuck. You should be thankful for it. But you also can't take away the human element of like, dude, I'm fucking bummed out though. You know what I mean? Like I can't do anything. And that song, that melancholic sound was captured with the production and the melody, like the actual vocal melodies. You know what I mean? The way she sings In Silence, you know the song, that part where it's just like In Silence is the most heart crushing and heartstring pulling at the same time. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, you actually hear the slight depression but thankfulness. And it's just like, bro, like that actually is how we feel. You know what I mean? The folks that actually like that didn't suffer through the pandemic, that just had to deal with the minor inconvenience of the pandemic. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think that there's some people that feel like they're oppressed, that they have to stay inside and wear a mask. It's like, bro, people is dying, cousin. And the people that aren't dying can't work, so they fucking losing their house and shit. We're working from home and we're complaining, you know what I mean? Like, so they actually captured that feeling, which is such a nuanced feeling in that song. So I still think that song is a top 5 song in 2021. And I'm bummed that I didn't listen to the rest of the album, but at least this single, all 3 songs to me are fucking hits, and they're the best example of Caro Caro Benito in my opinion. So yeah, all 3 of those songs in Civilization 2 is the single. That's my number 7, and I'm gonna listen to the full album, I promise, when I have time.
All right.
That's facts, Jay Harmony. Always love the true to life mundane shit of music. Exactly, because it's a nuanced feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could write songs about grandiose feelings, heartbreak, depression, fucking flexing that you're rich. You know what I mean? Like, these are extreme feelings, but can you capture like the subtlety of like bruh, I'm bummed out because I don't get to do what I want to do. But in the grand scheme of things, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like that's a hard feeling to capture on song, and it takes much more skill to capture those feelings than the I'm in love with you or I'm gonna kill myself because you don't love me. You know what I mean? But yeah,
All right.
that's
Yeah.
number 7.
I mean, I love Cara Cara Benito. So.
Yeah.
For my number 7, so this is also another artist that you introduced me to.
Oh.
We saw her perform live, and she's amazing
Oh my
live.
god.
She is very amazing live.
I'm beefing with you, dog. I'm beefing. First you come at Phoebe Bridgers, and then you say Sinead Harnett looks like fucking Demi Lovato, and now you're putting my girl Michelle at 7? Come on, man.
Michelle?
Come on. But I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Michelle's Honor?
No, man.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
talking
okay,
about
what's up?
Flower and Bloom and Full Bloom by Luna Lee.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
so I really like Luna Lee, you know, amazing. I guess I would kind of categorize it as bedroom pop songs.
Yeah, man, you fucking swerved the shit out
Yeah,
of me, dog.
dude. We did see her live. Honestly, like seeing her live made me really like her a lot more, because like there's this one part where I remember it was just like a loop.
Yeah.
And I just felt like I was out of this world. And even you like said to me, it's like, dude, I feel like I'm on acid.
Right, and we were just high as shit. Like we were just stoned.
Yeah,
Like, we weren't on acid.
Exactly. Yeah.
This wasn't outside lands. Like,
But she's just really talented. This has 5 songs, and it's really like, if you like her previous release, you probably like this one because the songs are the same. You know, like
that's the thing. Like, you know what's funny is like I think you and I have like the same album on our list, but it's just you picked the single after the one that I picked. So it's like that new song and the rest of the songs. So that's where it starts to get like kind of, we got to figure out what the rules are for singles, I think. Huh?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, I just think that like she's really talented when it comes to writing music, you know, kind of like a singer-songwriter, but I don't know, she has a very special lo-fi quality.
Yeah.
And maybe it's also like she kind of captures original sound because she does everything and can play anything, you know.
Yeah.
And
Literally anything.
and yet sound like different people. Yeah, but just very well cohesive, you know, EP. I mean, it is still considered an EP. I don't really think she's released any like official major release albums, right? LPs.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Well,
But yeah, I think that she is kind of like one of those artists that the more she makes music, the more she grows. She's gonna, I don't know. I think she'll be on the same level as Japanese Breakfast, you know, as far as like how well she's gonna be doing. Maybe even,
I can see it.
Yeah,
maybe even more.
More because I feel like she is kind of younger and the scope she could reach is bigger, you know.
She has much more crossover appeal than Japanese. Japanese Breakfast is like, you need to be a fan of indie pop to like Japanese Breakfast. You gotta love Camera Obscura. You know what I mean? Luna Lee, you could like hip hop, you could like R&B, and still get into Luna Lee because she's, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I just hope, because I think when I listen to artists, I take them per album. I expect the next album to like be different and new. You know, so I just wonder, like, what I'm expecting from her is like she's finally going to release an album that sounds a lot like what she's been doing. And I hope that she does find, because I like what she's making right now, but I think that she could still explore the sound she's trying to create, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
for sure.
But yeah.
Damn, you swerved me, bruh, because I thought you was gonna put Japanese Breakfast there. And the funny thing is, you swerved me, and I was gonna beef with you, but like really we're the same because my number 6 is Luna.
Nice.
Number 6 is Luna Lee, Alone But Not Lonely. Again, the same thing. It's literally yeah, it's that one. Yeah. It's literally the single before Flower in Full Bloom. So I could have picked this one. I could have picked that one too because it's literally all the same songs.
Yeah, exactly.
You have one more song
Yeah,
than me.
right?
And bro, I feel exactly the same way. The funny thing is, the way I discovered Luna Lee was like 3 years ago. Japanese Breakfast shared her one of her songs on their story. Really, a lot of us, we all heard about Luna Lee first through Instagram, because like her fucking like just fucking instrumental jams were going viral. You know what I mean? She would just post it on IG and it'd be like 30 seconds of a sweet little lick. You know what I mean? And then that's it. And that's how you got to know Luna Lee. And you're like, wow, she plays every fucking single instrument, because her parents both are musicians, like are fucking like have doctorates in music, and they run or they work for like the Toronto fucking Conservatory of Music, by the way. And shouts out to people that go to students of conservatories of music. I went to the San Francisco Conservatory of Music. You know what I'm saying? I didn't finish, but I went. You feel me? But Luna Lee's parents are both professors at the conservatory in fucking Toronto, and she grew up in fucking going to music schools and stuff like that, and teaching at like the high school that they opened in Toronto. Both her parents did, so she is very like, she's a savant. Okay, savant's not the right word, because that means she's also like
No, yeah.
like input other thing. Savant, that's not the right word, but she's a virtuoso.
Virtuoso, yeah.
She's a virtuoso. Yeah, dude, like she could play any single instrument, bro. Like you like, she plays a Jag, by the way, and you know me, I'm a Fender Jag guitar player myself. She fucking has a P bass and she kills on it. She plays fucking violin. She plays the fucking harp. She plays piano. She plays drums. Like she does it all, and her voice on top of that is the best thing she does. Her voice is like so fucking amazing, because it has an R&B quality to it, but like, and she sounds like she could have been in the Ronettes. But it also has a really bedroom pop quality of it, and I think that's why I love her sound so much, because I feel like she's making bedroom pop R&B. You know what I mean?
I see that.
And like everything you love about artists that are on shelf life, you know what I mean? Like the LeCoupes of the world, fucking even like fucking like earlier Field Mice and shit like that. Like anything that's super bedroom poppy, Shoestrings that I mentioned earlier, they're fucking super bedroom pop as well. But then you add an R&B quality to it, and the only thing I could compare her to is like the Pearl Fishers. You remember?
I can see that.
Like she could have made "You Justify My Life" in the early
When
90s.
we
You know what I'm saying?
met, I
I've
already died.
Hey, always living as a zombie. Oh, that
Then
shit
you
goes so
came
crazy.
and you kissed
And
me
kissed
alive.
alive. I was growing.
Dude, I haven't heard that song in such a long
And if
time. Holy
there's a
shit. I'm gonna have to look that up
God
later.
That's a song we need to learn for Dav, because I
you-
feel like we're gonna be drunk as fuck at Dav just belting that song,
Right.
bro. Oh my god.
Yeah,
But I
J
feel like,
Harmony also says that cover looks like vaporwave as fuck. That is
bro,
true.
if you
yeah.
listen to her, like she has like slight elements of that too. Like she's very aesthetically pleasing. You know what I mean? And I'm not just talking about because she's so pretty. But also, on top of that, when we saw her live, the fucking just like the genuine joy that she played with, like you could tell, like sometimes when you watch artists and they either they think too highly of themselves and they're like, fucking yeah, I'm the shit right now. You know what I mean? Or it's like an artist that's like, yeah, it's another show. Just got to make it through the show. And then there's artists where it's just like, they're just so happy to be there. They're like, you are paying to listen to me play music? That's crazy. And that's like the vibe that I got from that. So that also just helped put it over the top. But of course, like every single song is amazing. Alone but Not Lonely, even though it's like that's the only lyrics she sings in the whole song, it is very like accurate to how I was feeling last year. You know what I mean? I'm alone but I'm not lonely, bro. I'm fine. You know, what a great lyric. It just as to act as like a solo line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then Cherry Pit is a fucking amazing song.
Yep.
Afterglow is just probably her best song. And then Trying is such a fucking like epic coming of age theme. Like I think Trying, you know that song? I feel like that's on like the breakup scene of an A24 movie. You know what I mean? Like any coming of age movie where it's like a depressing thing happens, or if it's a climax, that song to be playing in the background as Mandy Moore cries as she walks herself into her own house. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Luna Lee's the shit. I can't wait to hear, like you said, when she gets a full album out. And I think she has the potential to get even bigger than Japanese Breakfast.
Yeah.
So,
And I guess like you know, I didn't know that she just started with like social media and posting her jams. But because there's a lot of people on YouTube, right, and social media doing the same thing she's doing, but I feel like she stands out because the talent is there.
Yeah,
You know, like she's different.
for sure.
Yeah.
100%. Like, there's a lot of people on social media, like you said, they're fucking covering things and they're playing all their own instruments and shit. Even my dumbass tried to do something like that for car service, remember? But Luna Lee, you can't do it like Luna Lee. I tried, and I look like a fucking tool, and I'm not gonna do it ever again. I'm just kidding.
Alright.
I think that video's fire. I'm dope.
Oh, it's word. OG lead singer from Heat Wave. This They Sing Always and Forever gives me that vibes, bro. The singing his ass off while smiling the whole time.
Hell
Don't when you can tell the artist really loves doing what they do. That's true.
exactly, bro. We need more of that. A lot of the heart's gone from music, man.
All right. Well, for my number 6, oh yeah. So my number 6, it's I when I first listened to it, I was a little let down because I felt like, man, this sounds a lot samey, you know, like I expected more from this artist, especially with how weird his releases usually are, how much attention he gets, because he likes a lot of attention, has a very big ego. You know?
Oh shit! Oh my god! This is that high?
Yeah.
Mine didn't even make top 15. Holy shit!
I honestly, like, when I first listened to it, right? It's I mean, you already know what it is. It's Donda by
What
Kanye.
it is? It's Donda.
Yeah.
How damn? I mean, I'm gonna let you say what you gotta say.
Yeah. So I would say, like, the thing with Kanye, I'm very critical of him because I liked the old Kanye, you know.
I love the
Yeah. And like, it's hard to like a lot of his stuff because of how he acts, you know. But like over time, you just kind of see that he's like dealing with, like, you know, things in his head. You can tell he's very lonely, especially with this album being called Donda, which is his mom, and how her passing has really affected him, and you know, he feels very lost. And I think that's what he's trying to capture here, especially during the time when him and Kim were breaking up, when he's living in a stadium and no one knows if he's homeless or not, you know. He got kicked out, you know.
Yeah. That is fucking funny, man.
And then at the same time, like, you have this other rapper who probably like fucked his wife, you know.
Oh my god, bro.
Who's competing with him?
You're messy. You're messy, bro. Relax. Yo, that's wild.
But he's a character, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, the album, well, I guess, like, just because the background played a lot into it, because you can't help, and maybe, like, it is why it's high up here, because, like, I see it as, like, Kanye really, like, you know, when it comes to making music, he cares about it a lot.
Yeah.
You know, to the point where it does drive him crazy, and people around him is driven away, you know. And that, you know, you can't help but compare it to Certified Lover Boy, because Drake put that on himself, and I feel like sales wise, Drake's gonna win.
We could all say on the On Repeat podcast that Donda fucking shits on CLB.
Yeah.
And you know I love Drake, man.
Yeah.
But CLB is ass cheeks. And Donda was actually pretty good. I don't have it as high as you do. I had it at 19.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, here's the thing, right? Like I said, when I first listened to it, it was very close to CLB and Donda. CLB came out first?
No, Donda did. CLB
did.
came
Okay.
out second. Yeah, or 2 days later.
2 days later, yeah. So when I listened to them, right, the first time I listened to this, I was like, I don't know if this is it. Like, there's such big hype. People on Twitter just saying, I heard Donda and it blew me up. It's the second coming of Christ, you know. And then, well, like, Kanye's like a groundhog, literally seeing if he's gonna see a shadow when Donda would come out.
Oh my god. You're you a whole asshole, dude. Lord.
Oh man, but anyways, And when I first listened to Loverboy, I was like, because I think the beats were good, so I was like, I can't believe that I think I'm liking Loverboy better. But as I listened to both more, it switched. Where like, the more I listened to Kanye's Donda, the more I got, like sonically, I could feel like the soul and the spirituality in it. Even though I'm not really a spiritual person, like this is something that does feel like, it takes you to that place. It opens with Donda, 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 Donda. And at first, like, I didn't get it. I thought, I was like, okay, he's on this Kanye shit, I didn't know that was his mom's name. And then figuring out that that's his mom's heartbeat.
You didn't know that was his mom's name?
No, I didn't.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Don. Okay, never mind.
Roughly as spicy tonight. I didn't know
Huggy?
that
What's
either.
up, Huggy?
Yeah, so yeah, what's up, guys? But yeah, like, to me, that's a very strong way to start the album. And like, I guess why it's so high up here is it does make me see the difference between someone who's putting his all into something, and like every single aspect of that is something that he like probably micromanage, and put it out there because he wants to leave a legacy, while CLB kind of felt like a cash grab.
Yeah, for sure. Easily.
And I guess that's, and like, at first I thought that he was kind of like more minimalist, peeled back, but he's able to like create really big moments in this. Jail, the first time I heard it like really resonated with me, because like
when Jay's verse came in, I was like,
yeah.
Ah! yeah.
And the other thing is that I feel like Kanye is really good at making rock songs. He's good at really.
What? Okay, hold on. Let's dig into that. What other rock song?
Fucking, what was it? Because there was that debate whether Free was a rock song.
Okay.
And I feel like it's on the same vibe as Free.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
That's pretty much it. That's the only other example. But I'm saying you should do that more, you should make rock songs.
Oh, because what about fucking what's that one with him and Kid Cudi where he's like
yeah.
That right from fucking Kids See Ghosts?
Yeah.
That's kind of a rock song, right?
It is. That's why, like,
and then fucking the
is it Black Klansman? Is that what it's called?
Something like that. Yeah.
But like, it's funny because I don't know if it won, but Free was nominated to be the best rock song when it came out.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up. But yeah, I guess like the only thing I would say that I kind of wanted more is that in the beginning, Donda was felt in the album. As time went on into the album, I felt like he kind of lost track of that. And the presence of Donda, his mom, is not really felt. I felt more of this loss of Kim.
Yep.
That's the only gripe I would say.
And do you want to add anything else before I go on the tangent?
I guess the only other things I put is like, 27 songs. The back part is like remixes in a way, but still, like, Kanye needs to learn how to edit sometimes, and like
he has no like medium. It's like 7 songs only for everyone, or 25,000 songs and 7 of them are remixes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I guess and before you go, just songs that are highlights. That why I feel like it's so high is God Breathe, Off the Grid, Hurricane, Praise God, Jonah. Like, I feel like he has a lot of really good songs here. If he just kind of like took away some and didn't lose focus of what he's trying to do, I feel like it would have been like probably number 3.
Dude, here's the thing, man. I think I'm also biased because that Kanye was my fucking hero growing up.
Yeah.
Like, I still think All Falls Down is the single greatest song ever written all time. Right? And he was my fucking idol, and everything he stood for, it seems like it's gone away. Right? And the reason why I enjoyed Life of Pablo so much is because it almost kind of showed me like, dude, it's gone away because he's just actually lost his fucking mind. You know what I mean? Like, he's been consumed. You know what I mean? And it helps me come to terms with I could never just agree with Kanye West anymore. You know, and he was like my idol growing up, right? And The Life of Pablo was the last Kanye album I actually liked, other than Kids See Ghosts, right? But this I thought Donda was my favorite Kanye album since The Life of Pablo, right? And if you're asking me for fucking highlights for songs, I think every single song until Jesus Lord is a good song. So that's 16 straight songs that are amazing.
Yeah.
That should be contending for a number one spot for me, right? But I think I'm just so biased, bro, because like again, like he's just
I
let
get
me
it.
down so much as somebody who was like a Kanye disciple. Like you hear Kanye in my music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm so influenced by him and he's just like let me down so much as a person that I just can't do it anymore, right? But then there's on top of that, like this album has no reason to be 27 songs and the deluxe has 32. Like it doesn't need that shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna listen to that. You know what I mean? I don't have time
Yeah.
for that shit. I'm not gonna. And then you kind of insult my intelligence when you put 7 songs as just the same song again, but a different verse. It's like
Yeah.
just pick a feature, bruh.
And
Like if you
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say, and like just the whole thing about him having features and the whole drama, you know, like taking Andre 3000's song off
Yeah,
of them,
so-
which is yeah.
Let me cut you off there because it's already too many songs,
Yeah.
right? All the remixes are unnecessary, you know what I mean? And you fucking lied to those people you got features for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing that's really fucked, and you touched on it too, is that this album wasn't about his mom and the loss of his mom. You know what I mean? And that's what we thought we were getting. We thought this was Kanye's come home, Kanye. Like fucking talk to your mom and like talk to your mom's spirit and figure this shit out and come on home. And it didn't. He didn't do that shit. You know what I mean? And so it's just like almost like false advertising. You know what I mean? I'm expecting Kanye's second coming of age, and while we kind of got it, it was still not what it was supposed to be. And I think the Andre 3000 thing is a microcosm of that, right? Because Andre 3000's verse makes me fucking cry. You listen, that is a beautiful. Andre
Yeah.
3000 is the greatest rapper of all time.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Three
One of my
Stacks is the
idols.
goat.
One of my idols.
He is the fucking goat, bro. Like 3 Stacks, I have 3 Stacks above Pac and above fucking Biggie. I have 3 Stacks on top, bro. Like he is the greatest of all time in my, right? Listen to that. Andre 3000's verse is more Donda than anything Kanye did on 30,000 songs. 30,000 songs. Andre 3000 did Donda better than fucking Kanye.
But I guess that's the thing with Donda too, though, is I think that because when I listen to this, it doesn't feel like it's just Kanye.
Yeah.
I think the
So
features kind of like bring it back home, you know?
Right. And again, like I think songs all the way to fucking 17 are great songs, right? But what I'm trying to say with the 3 Stacks Donda point is what did Kanye do on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's
He
your
went
point.
at Drake.
Yeah.
Why are you throwing at Drake? On an album, you have to write about your mom, who, when you lost her, was so profound that you lost your shit. Your mom is everything to you, and I get it because my mom's everything to me. And you're gonna write this love letter to her, and you're gonna fucking after Andre 3000 says, Miss Donda, if you see my mom, please tell her. Like that is so fucking profound, and Kanye is gonna go at Drake.
I know.
And that killed this album for me. And even though I think songs 1 through 17 are amazing and on paper this should be like a contender for number 1 for me, it's number 19. I didn't even talk about it today. Kanye West has continually let me down, and I have defended him as long as I could, and I'm the biggest Kanye West fan. And coming from a Kanye West stan, I am so disappointed, bro. It hurts me. Thank you, Andre 3000. Thank you, Andre 3000. He's top 5, but for sure not the greatest. Hey, man, everybody got their own goats. In my categories with my, like, in Madden, where you have your attributes and shit, my sliders have 3 Stacks, all 99s, and what matters to me the most, 3 Stacks is the number 1 for me, man.
I gotta
Number 1
say,
for me.
no, yeah. I mean, I agree. I feel like Andre is in my top 5, definitely. Like,
Yeah, man.
The Love Below to me is one of the most formative albums I've ever listened to, and I keep coming back
For
to
sure.
it. And
For sure.
like, I don't know, like, and you listen to his interviews and he talks, like, he's so conscious, you know, he's so like like right now he's talking about like why he hasn't released an album is because he knows how great fucking The Love Below is.
Yeah, bro.
You
Like he
know?
don't got to. He doesn't
Yeah.
gotta.
Yeah.
No. And again, like, dude, every artist that I love, all are Three Stacks kids. You know what I mean? And you know how like Wiz Khalifa is somebody like I know a lot of people don't really fuck with him now, but Wiz Khalifa fucking got me back into like really being a hip hop head in 2009, bro. And everything he did innovated to me. And without Three Stacks, there's definitely no Wiz Khalifa. That's the truth. But anyway, there's no Kid Cudi with no fucking Three Stacks. There's no chance. Like all the people we like today, all the sing-songy people that we like today, ain't none of that if there's no Three Stacks, bro. Everybody's gonna be rapping like 50 Cent still. Everybody's just G-Unit still. If it was, I'm just kidding. That's definitely a bold ass generalized claim. But Three Stacks is the goat to me. That's all. Oh man,
All right.
what was that? 6? Holy shit, we
Yeah,
haven't even
we're
hit
at
top 5 yet.
Yeah. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick though.
Okay,
Be right
cool. Maybe we could do like a quick ad break or something.
Oh yeah,
So I
let's
could
do that. Let's do that. Well,
We'll be right
can you
back,
do that
y'all.
on your side?
Yeah, I can
can
do it on my side.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. Hey, in the meantime, y'all, thank you guys for engaging the chat. You know what I'm saying? Kanye Donda fucked up the album. Fuck it, Mike. Three Stacks is very cinematic in his lyrics. That's the fucking truth, dude. I mean, again, like everybody has their own goats. You know, everybody has their own goats because everybody has their own like out of all the attributes and the sliders on Madden. You know, depending on your style, maybe you want more speed, maybe you want power, maybe break tackle, maybe you're looking at like fucking vision and shit like that, right? To me, like the main things that I think are the most important to be like the greatest to me, I think Three Stacks has the highest score in each of them. But again, it's subjective, bro. To each their own, man. I just think Stacks is the one. I really do. All right, I'm gonna try to get y'all on a fucking quick little ad break here, so me and Dark Ruffalo can prepare for the top 5. So we'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. His vocab is superb. Whose vocab? Do you guys agree with any of our picks so far? What would you rate Donda at? It's yeah, that for me at least this year, I feel like all my lists this year is pretty tough to choose from. I also feel like my music consumption has changed, you know, where like I listen to deep cuts a lot more, go back to previous catalogs. So it's not always what would you say that current, you know? It's like it's not until we started doing this podcast that we're trying to stay more current. Speaking of Andre 3000, yeah, I feel like he definitely brings a lot to the table, you know. He definitely changed the game. But there's a lot of like rappers before that would like, you know, really impress me or like blow me away with vocabs. Did you ever listen to Deltron 3030? Because I feel like that's the thing that sometimes really I find interesting is when like artists use their imagination to make like a world, you know, then bring you in there. So
Yeah, man.
yeah, you listen to Deltron,
Are
right?
you talking Deltron? Yeah, hell yeah, Deltron. Come on, Del is a fucking come on. He's a legend.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely.
But yeah, because we were talking about like great vocab, and I feel like there's certain artists like rappers who like you'd never, you know, like it's just like Deltron when he uses vocab is so like futuristic. There's a lot of like world building in there, you know. So
For sure. Yeah, Andre 3000 is definitely like The Love Below was a world that he built. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's true. But then
Yeah.
what he's talking about is about love, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, hey, about staying together even if you're not happy.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, dude, yo, the love below is like aliens that are like
Yeah.
having relationship problems.
Prototype, you know?
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We're back. We're back. We're back.
What's your number 5, man?
Oh, it's me.
Your
huh?
top
Fuck.
5, dude.
Top five. Top five.
Banger for sure.
Yo, okay. So top 5 is gonna be the last K-pop artist I have on my list. I swear to God. But this is my favorite K-pop artist. I think Yukika is gonna give her a run for her money. You already know. But the thing that I love so much about IU, and this is consistently what I say about my favorite K-pop artists, is that they seem to have control over their creative direction. Because that's lacking in a lot of K-pop acts, right? And IU is another one of them. The greatest thing about it too is she doesn't fall into that the same old K-pop cycle because she doesn't have to if she didn't want to. She's a very successful actress out there. She doesn't need to do this music shit, so she has the companies at her behest. You know what I mean? She's done shit recently, like, you know, like the whole thing with Taylor Swift's, like the Taylor's version, what she's doing and stuff. While I'm not like the biggest fan of the actual albums, I still prefer like Fearless, their original and shit. What she's doing is fucking tight. Because she's fucking like going against the labels and shit like that. And she's really taking her ownership of her own music without getting the rights back. You know? And IU did that against Sony Korea, which they fucking almost have your life under contract. You know what I'm saying? But this album, Lilac, is not her best album. I still think Palette's her best album. But again, she has such a very clear direction. And I really think Doja Cat also borrows from her because Doja Cat is a well-known K-pop fan and is an IU fan, so there's a lot of similarities, you know. But the song Lilac itself is probably her second best song ever. She has a song with Dean on this, and if you're an R&B head, you know, you kind of know who Dean is because Dean's done songs with Sid from the internet and stuff like that. But yeah, she has a song called Coin and Celebrity, which I think are great. Appa is great. Epilogue is great. The last song, Epilogue, really sounds like it's also kind of like bedroom pop influenced as well, which is really sick. Again, like when it comes to K-pop artists, it's easy to like K-pop because it's great music at the end of the day. But the ones that really stick with you are the ones that feel more unique and feel more kind of like there's more substance to it and it's not just a pretty pop song. And I really do think that IU is the best representation of like there's actual really smart artistic K-pop artists out there too. That's not just lowest common denominator K-pop artists. And IU has her shit together, man. And also she's another wifey. Her, Sinead Harnett. I'm gonna marry them. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. Sid, the internet is fine. I'm telling you, bro. She has a song with Dean, and Dean is a K-pop R&B singer who has chops too. We Asian kids, we can sing a little bit, bro. So check that out, Sid and Dean for sure. But yeah, so Dean has a song on this IU. Again, IU just seems to have control over her creative direction. And yeah, that's it. That's my number 5. K-pop R&B. Yeah, I mean it's a K-pop singer. He has like K-pop songs, and that's how he came up. But mainly does R&B now. So really, it's just K R&B.
And you did show me IU. I really like her stuff.
I love IU, bro.
Because I feel like with K-pop, it's good, but K-pop is really what is it? It's a machine. You know, there's these people who are like put in through the conveyor belt, and then at least with what you're showing me, there's K-pop that's more like singer-songwriter K-pop. Yeah, you know, where like you said, they have more control over their art. So.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Well, for my number 5, is someone, you know, it's an artist that I really admire. I think that she's really awesome. Very creative and fresh when it comes to what she brings to hip hop, I would say. And she gives off like a female version of Andre 3000 vibes.
Oh, is this a UK artist?
No.
Oh, okay, shit.
No. So, for my number 5 is R&B by Tierra Whack.
Oh, Tierra Whack dropped something this year?
It's just
remember when she quit music last year? Oh,
yeah, it's a single.
Cool.
Well, 3 songs, but
I
did
agree with the
say-
3 stacks thing. I agree. She's like female 3 stacks. I agree
Right?
with that shit. Actually.
Yeah. Right? But yeah, like when I first found out about her is through Whack World. I
Mhm.
love that experience. Minute song each, but each one feels complete.
And the music video feels like a short film, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's every song. It's genius.
Mm-hmm.
And when she did Outside Lands 3 years or 2 years ago before the pandemic, she did fucking Whack World front to back in order,
Mm-hmm.
and had like the video stage props on stage. Incredible. Love Tierra Whack.
I guess why this is high up on my list because first of all, I love Tierra Whack.
Is that Am I tripping or am I super high, or is that just an earthquake?
I don't feel anything.
You didn't
Probably
feel
on your
nothing?
side.
Yo, y'all felt that in the chat? Or am I just high as fuck, bro?
Damn, man.
I might just be high as hell.
It might be.
Oh, wait. Jay Harmony has a quick question. Have y'all enjoyed slowed plus reverb music? I listen to that when I'm fucking super stoned. But just like on YouTube when they have like the radio stations for it. Like
I see. That's it. Yeah.
I checked that out too. It's like the new fucking hipster. It's like the fucking aesthetic chopped and screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that shit's tight. But okay, sorry. Go ahead. Tierra Whack.
Oh yeah. So you know, like I think she's just very unique, and her songs are very catchy. I love the vibe. I love the melodies. And when she opens up with this single, it opens up with Heaven, and it's a song that sounds like it could be in Donda. And if anything, it's very simple, very like, you know, the songs kind of, the lyrics are very short, they repeat. But in a way, I feel like in that one song alone, if it was in Donda, would have captured Donda. Because it's talking about like, the lyrics are, Heaven has all my favorite people, over and over again. Like, heaven has all my favorite people. Heaven. You know, the background has like some Kanye like chorusy like backups.
Choir vocals.
Yeah, choir, yeah. And she just keeps saying that over and over again. I wanna go there and play a show there. You know, and she just kind of adds her own like quirkiness to it. It's like, but when I like think about it, it is kind of sad because like heaven is where people have passed away.
Yeah. Just like her song "All Dogs Go to Heaven," right?
All
she was
dogs
talking
go to
about her
heaven.
homies.
Maybe she's still
They
talking
took
about her
my
dog.
today. Yeah, bruh. But she's also talking about like dog as like her homie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
Took my dog today.
Yeah,
Tierra Whack is so tight, dude.
she is, and like she is able to bring like meaning into songs that, like I said, just repeating very simple lines, but I understood what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, and like to me that's amazing because a lot of people, she's a rapper too, you know.
Oh,
But
yeah. And
I
she's
think
a highly skilled rapper.
highly
by the
skilled
way.
rapper. And I think that's
Yeah.
what sets her apart and why she could be compared to Andre 3000. It's like
Yeah.
she doesn't see the song to just, I'm just gonna rap on this. She sees the song, it's like, this is a song, and if it requires a rap part, I'll rap on it. But if it's just, if my concept of just talking about like my emotions about the people I miss and still be grateful and still have that faith, then she's just gonna sing it, you know, and not even write too much. It's just a hook. And then she also had the other two songs are also really good. Like, second one is Cutting Onions, and that's straight out of like Whack World.
Yeah.
You know, she's talking about like, yeah, it's like a relationship and she's hurt, but she's like,
Yeah.
I'm cutting onions. Can you hear me crying? Can you hear me crying? And the way she says crying, you know, she has like weird
Yeah,
inflections.
she
you
has
know?
that twerk, that little quirks about her. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just like really elevates the art, you know, because
Yeah.
it's like you can sense the confidence and that she's expressing what she wants to express. And like,
How come she hasn't made a song with Tyler yet?
dude, I don't know, man, but
Right?
that's
Like, I feel like her and Tyler would make perfect music together.
yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
I do want to see her featured in more songs, you know, like I think I don't know why she's quitting music or if that's still happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel
I'm glad
like
it's not the case.
yeah, but you never know if this is like, oh, leftover stuff she's putting out.
That's true.
But I'm hoping, since it's a single, there's 3 songs in it, that it's going to lead to an album at least.
Yeah.
You know?
At least just give us one more album, please, Tierra. Simplicity works better than complexity sometimes. Bruh, I am
That's
a
true.
big proponent for that. There's anything else? Is there anything else you wanted to add? I wanted to touch on tier a little
Oh,
too.
go for it. Go for it.
And I'm sorry, it's going to be kind of a tangent because you said you talked about Tierra Whack. That song, All My Favorite People, or Heaven Has All My Favorite People, that encapsulates Donda better. Another thing about Donda is Kanye did a song previously that's more Donda than anything on Donda, and it's fucking. You remember the song that he did with Paul McCartney, not the one with fucking Rihanna.
Which one?
The one that's like, as I lay me down to sleep,
Oh,
and this sings to me, hello Mari, how you doing? Where he's singing from Donda's perspective, talking to him about his kids. That's more Donda than anything you did on fucking Donda, Kanye. Donda should have been fucking that. My God, I forgot to say that earlier, but dude,
but I remember
I
when
just
we first started talking about Donda, our response to it is we liked it and that it felt
Yeah.
like it was a better
oh yeah,
adaptation of the previous version, Jesus is King.
yep.
So I feel like
That's
eventually the next album after this will perfectly capture Donda, but it'll be
hope
about
so.
Kim, or someone
I
else,
hope,
I
I fucking hope so. I did think it was funny where he was like singing. I mean, not funny. I did think that like there is a really nice moment of vulnerability for Kanye when he was talking about. I think the song's "Remote Control" when he's talking about Kim leaving him and stuff. Like, okay, I like that. But anyway, whatever. I'm done. I'm sorry. I just needed to say
It's
that.
all good. It's all good.
All right. What is it? Number 4?
Number 4.
All right. Number 4 is an album that comes from a hip hop group in the UK that I think is the best group in the UK, but also could be the best hip hop group today. Not a lot of groups out right now. But this group to me is the top of the UK, and it's not drill. You know what I mean? It's actual. It's fucking hip hop through and through. Very boom bappy, very R&B. And it's this group called Vibar, who has been one of my favorite hip hop acts in general the last few years. And they're still just, again, like this album is just as good. It's that one, right? Yep, the orange looking one. Should Be Here by Vibar. Again, to me, they're the top hip hop act in the UK, and they're probably my favorite hip hop group in general currently. Their last album, San Junipero, that came out 2 years ago, fucking amazing. It has that song Snapchat that I'm fucking obsessed with. But this album, again, is just more consistent, very fucking solid hip hop songs. The great thing about Vibar is they have a distinct sound because they have one producer who's part of Vibar. His name's TJ on the keys, and like his tag is like AOTs on the keys every single time, every single song, and that's why they sound so cohesive. But the crazy thing about that is that Vibar is more of like a collective, just like Wave Gang, right? So while there's main members, you'll always hear other voices, and you'll never hear anybody that has the same exact style, bro. Like so Poet's probably my favorite one in Vibar, and he's so much more like wordplay, smooth, almost spoken word sometimes. But his punchlines are insane. So he's my favorite one. But if you like more drill inspired rap, there's a guy Jordy on there who I think is also really, really great. He dropped a solo album this year that's also really good. That was like top 20 as well. There's a Filipino dude that's more melodic in there. His name is Skits, and I'm actually, crazy thing, I fucking reached out to him to feature on the next album. He said fucking yes, bro. I'm gonna have Skits from fucking Vibar on my fucking next album. But I can't believe it. But it's just a Filipino dude. He wasn't gonna say no to me. You know what I'm saying? We from the same tribe, damn near. But and then after that they have this other guy Samwise, who's also like he has a lot of independent stuff out as a solo artist as well, but he is also more like New York East Coast boom bap rap style, you know what I'm saying? And then there's this guy Scribs on there that's more like grime, like real UK grime, like hip hop styles. So it's just like they have a bunch of different dudes that add their own dimensions to the sound, all under like some real like neo soul like inspired hip hop beats from Tej on the keys. They have their first song on the album, Drip Drip, is probably my favorite song on the whole album. And again, it's more just like West Coast shit as well. But of course, like they have a song called Shola, which is more garage inspired, with Shola Ama actually on it, which is amazing. And then the big single from it, Come My Way, is while there's like an Afro beat inspiration to it, it's still very like boom bap hip hop. And again, I just think that Vibar is making the most like genuine hip hop in the whole genre today, but definitely out of the UK. And yeah, they've just been my favorite group the past few years, and this album did not disappoint. I would have had it higher if it was a bit longer. I think it's a little too short, and I never say that. I never say that projects are too short, but I think it's a little too short. It's 7 songs, 21 minutes. To give you an idea of how short this album is, on Christmas, the day before Christmas Eve, me and Cammy went to go to Costco to get some last minute food stuff for the party, and it took us the first song on this album all the way through the whole album to get a parking spot. That's how short this
Damn.
fucking album is, and that's how crazy it is at Costco the day before Christmas Eve. But yeah, man, Vibar, if you're looking for just some like genuine hip hop, Vibar is the group that you should look for, and you're early too. Vibar, like their biggest song has like just hit over 1 million plays, but each of their individual Instagrams, like they all have maybe 10,000 followers each. So you're still early, bro. So if you need some new genuine hip hop and you like the UK, but you can't get with like the grime sound and you can't get with the drill sound, listen to Vibar, bro. They make hip hop like we do, but they're just from the UK. And yeah, Vibar's the shit, man.
Awesome. I'll check that out, man. I know
Sure.
you've been telling me about them. I didn't know they were a group. I thought it was a person.
No, there's 4 main members. Tej on the keys is the producer. Poet is like the main, like their biggest, most famous person because he does like soccer TV. Like he's like he does like an analyst show on TV where he like talks about soccer, and that's why he's famous. But he's a fucking rapper. Skits, who's like the more melodic Filipino dude who is the owner of Trapstar, that fucking clothing brand that's big in the UK. That's kind of starting to bleed into the East Coast here. And then fucking Jordy, who's that dropped the album this year as well, who's fucking dope. So that's the main 4 guys, but they have like so many other people that comes in and out of the group. So
All right.
yeah.
For my number 4, it's a group that you already touched upon this on your list, and what I like about their album is that I feel like it did kind of capture that specific time in 2020, you know, and the pandemic and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like the way they kind of went about it is it went into like a fantasy land for me, a futuristic fantasy land that kind of describes what's happening around us, but it's still being in your room. You're kind of like, you know, that was your way of like going outside. And this is Civilization by Caracara Benito.
The full album, though.
The full album. And that's funny because, like, if you think about it, Civilization 1 is just the first half of like what you're missing, and you know, it's not really new releases per se, but it's just together. But why is it going here?
Why is it like fucking with you, cuz?
All right, well, whatever. All right, fine. What if
No, I
do this?
picked Vibar.
There you go. There you go. All right. But yeah, so about this album, like I said, like I was talking about how it kind of perfectly captures 2020. And you could tell it was kind of created during that vacuum. And they kind of took their video gamey sound, you know, and really like ran with it this time, because their other previous stuff is going more like, you know, kind of like has that indie rock sound.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this time they really fully adopted and went electronic, you know. They opened the album with Battlelands, and it's a banger, I would say.
Sounds like the police is about to close in on you.
I know, right? But Battlelands is a banger, man. It starts off, of course, like very, you know, video gamey, but it's basically talking about people drawing battle lines. And during that time, that's when like all the craziness was happening, you know, like people being divided by their ideologies. And
yeah,
I feel like that's a perfect introduction to what Civilization is about, because that's the whole concept, right? Like humanity, and, you know, like kind of where we're at. The second song comes out when the fire comes, kind of like when there's fires happening here. I remember waking up and it was like red outside because of the fires, right?
Oh my god, I remember that.
And it starts off sounding like it's something from Breath of Fire or something like that.
Oh,
from the
word?
JRPG. Yeah, like if you hear the lead synth, it has kind of like a bendy, like fluty sound that goes. Dun, 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 dun. If you listen to it, I think you'd love it, and it might be a sample, so I think you should check it out. Because you might know, or maybe they did create it.
Yeah, I might have to check that.
Yeah.
I might have to check it. Sorry, I had to delete some bots.
But yeah, they just have a really fun sound, and to me, listening to this album and the more I listen to it together, finally, I feel like it goes into places that, despite its sound, are pretty heavy and dark, you know, because it is like a time of the pandemic.
Right.
And even though, you know, like, even though they are in a safety and cocoon from the horrible shit, like, you know, it's out there and it's happening. It's almost like civilization is tearing apart.
Yeah.
And it kind of leaves, especially the last song, the song that you love that you're talking about. Yeah, it's like that one good day, and then that's like, even that's enough, you know.
Yeah.
And then the next one that closes it is Well Rested, which is probably my favorite, because I feel like in that song they perfectly capture what they were trying to say. It's like, you know, it starts off with like the girl talking, saying, you know, basically that humanity has only been driven by one principle, and that is to live, you know. And it's like, it's on one coin, it is kind of the thing that makes us destructive, is because that is our only one principle. It's for us to be living, to survive. But that's also our strength, is because, like, no matter what happens, we, like, some of us will pull through. And, you know, they even say, like, you can't stop civilization. So I feel like,
Okay.
yeah, I felt like what Carragher Benito did with this album, it's almost like that scene from Where the Wild Things Are in the movie, where, like, you go into this fantasy world in your room, takes you into a spaceship into a different planet, and, like, use this storytelling. And, like, I never really realized how good their storytelling is until now, you know, because I've always seen it as like a kind of like just a poppy song. But yeah, I think it's definitely, I'm looking forward to see what else they would come up with. I feel like Civilization was created and why, you know, became really good because of the conditions around it. So I want to see now where they move forward, as like hopefully the pandemic starts ending, but we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah. It sounds like there's like a whole second half to the story that you don't get if you only listen to the 3 songs on the single. You only get one half of it. So sounds like I really do got to listen to the full album, man.
I think you're gonna love it. It's like I said, it takes you to a different place, because, like, first of all, it feels like a video game. You know, so I feel like when I listen to music, I feel like I imagine a lot of these things I want to be put into a world if I get the chance, you know.
Yeah.
So I definitely think it's gonna do that.
Well, sick, man. I'll have to check it out before the environment changes, you know? Sick. Well, top 3. Top 3, and this is 3. Oh, man. This is the 3. You know, every time I get to my top 3, I feel like that's always the most difficult ones.
Yeah.
Because I'll always feel like there's 3 albums that every year that I love so much that they could easily be number 1. And it really starts to get nitpicky here, because the rest of my list is like, did I listen to it a lot? Yes or no? What did I listen to the most? You know, once you get to the top 3, this is when it's like, I listen to these 3 equally as much. Now it's like, what do I think is better? You know what I mean? What is more important to me? And so, you know, I just want to preface anything that I say next that anything in my top 3 could easily have been my number 1. And might be number 1 on a lot of people's lists, a lot of publications lists. I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet because I want to make sure I do this first. After this, I'm going to watch all the fucking needle drop stuff. I'm going to watch all the NPR and read all the Pitchfork stuff when I take shits and all that stuff that I've been avoiding all year or all month, because I want to make sure I get mine out first. But okay, my number 3. Oh my God. And I'm just like, I talked that much because I was like debating flipping some of these. Okay. My number 3 is an album that I think is probably the most important album out of anything on the list here. And fuck, man, I wish I don't know. Oh, yeah, I've already said it. It's probably the most important album here. It has the most important message. It's gonna be culturally probably the most important
I
album
feel like
that's
I know
dropped
what it is.
on my list here. And I think that me and Cammy even wrote like a plot for the next Life is Strange game
Hmm.
with this album, man, because of just like the different ways that it like expresses things that we've like stories that it's not like stories that we maybe never heard before, but never expressed in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier I came to fucking the defense of Phoebe Bridgers because I'm fucking so obsessed with Phoebe Bridgers.
Mm-hmm.
And you already know, I mean, like, we're big Belle and Sebastian fans here. You know what I mean? We all know how much folk music really is probably the best form of storytelling other than hip hop. I think folk music and hip hop are so similar in the how important storytelling is to the genre. So so it's easy to listen to a folk artist and either it's so important to you that it's going to be one of your favorite artists forever, or you'll hear a folk artist and you're like, oh, this doesn't talk to me, I'm not even going to listen to it. You know, like there's folk artists that I don't give a time of day because their stories don't resonate with me and the music isn't necessarily captivating enough for you to just listen to it for the sound. You know what I'm saying? And I jokingly said that this is the hood Phoebe Bridgers all year, but really it is though, because like when I listen to Phoebe Bridgers, there's a lot of things I could relate to on the emotional aspects of it, right? But when it comes to the actual experiences that she has, they're very foreign to me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a fucking like white woman. You know what I mean? From LA. I am a brown man from LA who loves white women. That I can confirm. Right? But I'm not what Phoebe Bridgers is, so even though like I could relate to the emotions, I have to find my own experiences to tie that back to. This album by Mustafa called When the Smoke Rises is exactly what I'm not getting out of Phoebe Bridgers. Like I could still relate to the emotions and the storytelling is so compelling to me that I will listen to it front to back. But the experiences I actually could place myself in. Like I could be there. That's exactly the cover. And it's literally Phoebe Bridgers-esque folk songs, but about like the hood. And he sings so much about losing his friends, losing his brothers, being afraid to go outside. You know what I mean? Like not having the same opportunities as people, things like that. But through folk music, and you don't hear that a lot or ever. You know what I mean? Like our stories are told through hip hop. It's told through poetry. It's told through, you know what I mean? It's not told through folk music. It's not like Nick Drake. It's literally Nick Drake wearing Air Force Ones. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what this is, dude. And
That's
this guy
sick.
Mustafa, he grew up in the Regent Park neighborhood in Toronto, which is like completely like gun violence ravaged currently. DJ Academics is currently fucking exploiting that whole scene right now because that's what he does. He finds the communities that all kill each other and he fucking glorifies them for clicks on YouTube. I'm saying all that, but I fucking watch Academics all the time, so I'm not above it either. But like this guy grew up in those neighborhoods, you know what I mean? And he's seen the gun violence. He's seen how it's torn down his community, how it's torn families apart. And he's fucking taken that pain and that sorrow that generally rapped about, and he put it in folk songs, bro. And it's so beautiful. It's hearing like an acoustic guitar finger picked, and then a dude talking about tucking your chain, don't crease your Air Forces. Shit like that is just like, yo, dude, like this could have easily been the corniest shit ever, but the vivid, like the way that like the vivid lyricism that comes into it and the bigger picture themes that also like comes to conclusions to is just like a fucking masterpiece, dude. Like it's actually a masterpiece. And the only thing that keeps this from being number one is that it takes so much out of me that I can't listen to it all the time. You know what I mean? Like I can't just put it on in the morning because it's gonna bum me out for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? There's times at night where I can't listen to the song because I'll start to get like nostalgic and think about people that's no longer here. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, like I'm probably saying like artistically, this is the greatest. This is like the greatest fucking. I think this is the best album of this year, but I can't put it number one on my list because I just can't listen to it all the time. So if I'm saying this was the best album for me in 2021 and this is the album that encapsulates my 2021, I can't say that because I don't have the heart to make it my soundtrack all the time. And I have the luxury to turn that off. You know what I mean? I have the luxury to say, hey, I don't want to deal with these like demons today. Whereas there's people in the world that can't turn that off. You know what I mean? So I think it would be fraudulent for me to say it's my number one album. When I can't let it represent me as well as it could represent, but I do think that this is the best album that was created in 2021. I will say the Hood Command, dude, listen to the song Air Forces by Mustafa J. Harmony. Like it's literally written from a perspective of a mother and their child is like embroiled in gang violence and she's like begging him not to go outside tonight. Like that's all, like the first lyrics are don't crease your Air Forces, just stay inside tonight, you know what's happening outside. You know what I mean? You say you understand but you tuck your chain because if they take it I wouldn't see you for a while. Like that, come on, bro. Like you don't hear that type of folk storytelling talking about like stories of the areas we grew up in. You know what I'm saying? So it's the best album that was made this year, but it takes too much out of me, so I can't listen to it as much as I listen to the next two albums. So I can't say that this album represents my 2021 when it represents other people so much more and accurately than it does me. So yeah.
Hey man, I gotta check that out. I've never heard of him.
Dude, it's fucking incredible, dude. Please, if you're gonna listen to anything that I've put on here, Kuya Kyle, like you, Kyle Lim, the Holographic Children, Self-Portrait, like you, this is the album you should listen to, bro.
All right.
Fuck everything else I said. Listen to this album.
All right. For my number 3, it's a person that we saw twice this year.
Oh my god! But I'll let it be top 3. I'm not beefing. I'm not beefing.
I mean, it's high up there. If it wasn't for my other two and what it kind of meant for me, this would have been higher. But and I did. You were the one who introduced me to this group. But yeah, just my number 3 is Jubilee by Japanese Breakfast.
Japanese Breakfast.
Because
be sweet to me, baby.
Who needs American dinner when you could have Japanese breakfast? Oh my god,
that guy! I hope you're watching this, you fucking piece of shit. Whoever you were at the fucking Regency Ballroom in San Francisco when you made that comment, and everybody, you brought. You know what? I fuck with you. Actually, I fuck with him. I fuck with him because he brought people together. We all collectively were like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, right. Oh man, that was cringe.
Oh, man. So cringe.
But yeah, I mean, I know you have things to say about this, but I mean, I just really like her storytelling, I guess. It opens up with Paprika and it's very folky, I feel a lot of nature especially in Paprika, like what she's talking about, like no rush, no rivers, nothing. Yeah. It's just describing like the scenery, and puts you into this world that feels very cinematic, and she kind of reminds me of Karen O when she went solo.
Yeah.
For Where the Wild Things Are, that album. And like she just has a lot of range because it goes from folk, then goes to like a Blondie when it comes to Be Sweet. Very 80s, and is able to tap into that with amazing hooks. Be sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe
in you. I wanna believe. Oh, that shit goes so crazy.
When you hear it takes you back, and it does have that quality. And it felt like it was made from back then.
Yeah.
And you can't help but sing it. Like every time I hear that, I'm gonna sing it. Kokomo.
Oh,
so good. Feels like Camera Obscura.
That's the most Camera Obscura song on there.
Yeah. Savage Good Boy. such a
Oh.
cool way to introduce it, you know, and that driving
I
like
wanna be a man.
man, and it's so funny. Like it's called Savage Good Boy. It's like I want to be so savagely good to you and take care of you.
Yeah.
You know, like I want to be the man in the relationship. You
Yeah.
know, like, and like
I think it's so funny that she sings that song and her husband is playing guitar right next to her.
right.
And he's just like, that's true though. I'm on this tour because of you.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, there's not much I could say about it because it's just like really good music.
Yeah.
And I know you have a lot more to say because you are the person who introduced me to her. And it's the other thing too. It's like when we saw her live and all that kind of like Asian kind of pride really gets to me as well. You know, like it does feel nice seeing, you know, an Asian person, even though like, you know, it may mean so much more to an Asian woman who's trying to get into the, you know, to music. It also, I still feel represented in some way, you know,
Very
like,
represented, exactly.
yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, but that's not the reason why I like this album. It's just because like it's such a damn good album. It's almost like tops for me, you know?
Yeah,
Where,
I agree.
like-
I can hear tops too.
Yeah, where like if you play tops, like that's always gonna be on my top 5, you know, like
Oh, I see
yeah.
what you did there. Bars, good. Bars.
And then yeah, like because like it opens with Paprika and it's very Fleet Foxy, very fuck, I'm blanking on her name, the one who wore the swan. Fuck, Bjork.
Yeah.
You know, I see that like it's like Bjork is also very like into nature, and I guess I just like the aspect that she brings into her storytelling. And still, even though it's folky, she could still bring in songs that you could dance to, you know. So it's not just like, you know, when you go to her show, it was a good ride the whole time. You know, when you're listening to her album, it's a good ride the whole time. You know, it's just like, yeah, really well crafted.
Fuck, man, dude. It's crazy, like how hard it is to like, I don't know, put like your finger on Japanese breakfast's sound because like on one hand, there's like a really big like, almost like Baroque pop type stuff. Like Paprika sounds so like it sounds like the Beach Boys could have made it if they were around today and had the production techniques that they have available to. Imagine Brian Wilson with Pro Tools. Oh my god. Like, what could he do with Pro Tools? You know what I mean?
He's wondering the same thing. He's probably.
You know what I'm saying? But then, like, there's Slide Tackle, which sounds like Postal Service. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then Kokomo is fucking like very Camera Obscura, like we were saying. But then Posing in Bondage is almost like I don't know, it's almost like Purity Ring-esque EDM focused, you know what I'm saying? And then you have fucking In Hell, which is just like, to me, the best song on the album, you know what I mean? And it sounds like just a classic indie rock album.
Yeah.
And then you have the outro Posing for Cars, which feels like a Death Cab outro. Like, you know what Death Cab always does, those long ass songs like Transatlanticism, that song itself, 8 minutes, and like most of it's not singing. And even when they did like I Will Possess Your Heart, and that song has like is 10 minutes long and only has singing in 2 minutes, like that's Posing for Cars. So it's like on the surface you'd be like, damn, this is not a cohesive album, but it is. You know what I mean? So it's hard to put your finger on like Japanese breakfast sound. Yeah,
I was gonna say with Side Tackle, right? And I think this kind of now is making me think of what if I was to put a finger. I don't think it's gonna be close, but this is how I would describe it, right? With Side Tackle, it kind of reminded me of Still Corners.
okay.
So they
I can
have that
see
Still
I can
Corners
see that.
sound, but the thing is, they also take from indie pop and folk with big band folk that it it's able to have those like big driving moments.
Yeah,
You
because
know?
even at the end of Slide Tackle, doesn't it has like such an Au revoir Simone outro? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's like hella different aspects of pop music that I like.
Yeah, and
Kind
it's
of
organic. That's why it feels cohesive, and they're not just like, oh, for this song we're gonna do Blondie. It's like, no, it's just because like that naturally made its way in there. You know,
Right.
like
Yeah, man. Well, that's your number 3. The fuck, dude. The top 2. This it was so hard choosing, but I just got to go with what I have written down here since I didn't fucking pussy out of the Mustafa one. Number 2 is actually Jubilee. Japanese breakfast. And dog, I swear to God, I was going back and forth between this and what actually my number 1 is, dude.
I see.
But like Jubilee, like I like everything you touched on already, like I fucking 100% agree with. I think like I feel like Camera Obscura, if they were more inspired by like current music, I can see that. I think another thing that makes me love this album so much is that I also read Michelle Zauner's book Crying in H Mart earlier in the year, and it was like such a good companion piece to the album because like you really get where she's coming from, because really a lot of the thematic pieces to this album is her coming to grips with her place in the music industry and her trying to convince herself that she belongs. You know what I mean? Because one, like obviously the imposter syndrome, you're like, damn, people actually like my music. What the fuck? But then on a greater scale too, like as an Asian American, like fitting into anything mainstream media is like uncomfortable for in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? We're only starting to see Asian leading people in movies and stuff too, you know? So really there's the being amazed at what you've been able to do, but also feeling like, oh God, I don't deserve this and it might get taken away at any time. You know what I mean? Like Paprika, that song is literally her saying like, dude, what the fuck? People like my shit. I'm so powerful on stage. How does it feel to be at the center of everything? You know what I mean? Like that's what she's saying. But then as you get through the track list, like she gets more and more unsure. And then finally at the end, Posing for Cars really is just saying like, hey, like, that's really a song about like how what's most important to her, because like she started to feel lonely and she missed people, which became, and the way she's like used it in the narrative is saying that like, hey, like at the end of the day, even if I don't know if I belong and you guys love it and I still don't know, like I'm doing this because I want to connect with people and I need people, and this is my way of connecting with you all. You know what I mean? Posing for cars and shit like that. And being able to tie all that together, I think I'm biased because one, I read the book, I know where she's coming from. We have like we're both like ethnicity wise closer in ethnicity than I am to who's going to be my number 1. You know what I mean? So I understand the background concepts of it, but then also I'm also an artist. You know what I mean? And that story resonates with me because it's just like, yeah, it really is grappling with like your creativity and your expression and how it relates to other people, and where is that important, like that connection, why is that important? You know what I mean? There's people that make art and they're like, oh, you wouldn't get it, and they're good with that. But I'm an artist that's like, I'm doing this because I want to connect with people and show that we have kindred experiences. You know what I mean? And that's what's important to me, and I think that's what ultimately Jubilee ends up being about, and that's why it's called Jubilee. That's more of like a holy, almost spiritual word, because it's a spiritual experience, like creating art and sharing it with people and getting that type of energy back. So yeah, man, I think just like the big picture stuff of it makes me so happy, and I fucking love the album. But if we just talk about the songs, like you said, like they're all just amazing songs. You know what I mean? Like if you listen to them in a vacuum, they're just great songs. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking Be Sweet, like you said, that song is probably going to be in playlists for the next couple years for me. You know what I mean? Like that's just a happy song to put on. You know what I'm saying? But Paprika, like you said, is very like cinematic, almost Baroque poppy. You get the fucking Camera Obscura vibes from fucking Kokomo. You get fucking like more like synth pop and Slide Tackle. You get more EDM pop and fucking Posing for Bondage. Fucking, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, man, I just think that it's just a really solid album with really great songs individually that all contribute to the bigger picture narrative. And it's not one of those narratives that are life-changing or anything, but it is like self-affirming. But I will say that's probably why it's got edged out by another album, because while I understand and I resonate and I relate to the story and the narrative, I don't think it like sticks with me, and it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't relate to me as much as another album relates to me, because like, I don't know, I feel like Michelle's also coming from a place of like, I'm successful now, and I can't believe it, and this is awesome. And while I can relate to that, I don't consider myself successful artistically, so I don't know where that's coming from. So there's a slight disconnect there. Whereas this next album, I think I personally get it.
So
100%.
Jubilee is your second?
Yeah, that's my number
Okay.
2. What?
Well, it's like
Whoa, is there like an extra thing in there? Oh, is that to just throw people off? Oh wait, no, you have 2 more.
yeah.
Okay, cool. That's my number 2.
All right.
We saw her twice too. We saw her in San
we
Francisco,
did.
and shout out to that girl that just gave me those tickets for free to see them in Santa Cruz when me, you, Cammy, and Ollie got to go. Whoever you are, thank you for those tickets. We enjoyed them
thank you.
thoroughly.
We
We
did.
enjoyed them thoroughly. Except we wish it was Luna Lee opening the time. The second time was weird as hell.
I mean, yeah, that I remember that. That was a very
interesting
interesting set.
opening act.
Very interesting
Yeah.
set. But yeah, let me just fix something real quick. But for my number 2, I mean, I only have a couple things on the screen left. But for my number 2, it's also a really amazing album. It was hard for me to put this album on number 2. It was a toss up between, you know, what I actually put for number 1. And I feel like more people would agree for this to be number 1.
Oh God,
And-
no.
Yeah, I think that more people would agree because it's much more accepted, you know, much more.
Hey, there you go. Quick, I'm going with the fucking underground cape pick. That's my number 1. God damn it, we're beefing, man. We're beefing.
And also,
I think that's the only reason why you put this one, the next one, number 1, is that you're not like everybody else.
no, that's not it at all, man. That's not it at all. I love this album, and you know what?
I'm so disappointed.
It's Call Me If You Get Lost.
Tell me if you get lost.
Yeah.
At least say it right, you son of a bastard.
by Tyler.
No, we're beefing.
And I understand how you feel, man. It's a very strong album. I mean, it was my number 1. But the thing is, re-listening
Thank
to
you, Jay Harmony. Yes, he is.
It's a hipster. Maybe. I guess it's just like at the end of the day, this is an amazing album. When I first heard it, I was like, loved it, but I was like, well, it's no Flower Boy because that for me that was like the one I loved. And then after a while, I feel like I don't know. This is different on its own. Like I can't really compare it too much with Flower Boy. In some ways, it feels like an extension of that post Igor. You know, it's like kind of marrying the 2 albums before this, but with Flower Boy, when it felt more kind of like more melodic, I guess, and Igor felt more rough, still with the melodies and and hooks and stuff like that. Like,
Question: you put Igor 1 in 2019, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because that's his most hipster album, right? You son of a bitch!
You know, I like this album more than Igor, though.
Wow.
Yeah, I like this album more than Igor,
So this next album better be fucking good. Then that's all.
I think so. I think it just related to me more. You know, like I feel like Igor, this album, Call Me If You Get Lost, I'd probably return back to more than my first one. I think it just had a different impact, and like the meaning I'm getting out of it is different. You know, it's Tyler. We've known him. He's a celebrity. I feel like a lot of his experiences still relatable because it's talking about how lonely he is. And what I'm getting out of this album is like he has been lonely for so long that he doesn't mind being lost anymore, that he's even offering other people the guidance when they're lost. At least that's what I get out of it. Still a very enjoyable experience. There's not a bad song. 16 songs. I love all the songs. I would say it's almost a perfect album to me. I wouldn't even change anything. All the segues that he has adds to the Sir Borderlay persona, and I completely buy that. And compared to Igor and Flower Boy, when they felt more I guess digging into who he is and himself, this one in a way felt more worldly and cinematic. I feel like it's I guess that Call Me If You Get Lost, and what I'm getting out of it is he is in different countries, different places, and he's seeing life in a different way. I feel like that's what I'm getting out of it, but at the same time he has I feel like he uses motifs that kind of repeat and evolve over time. You know, where like he has songs out here, cuts like Lemonhead, that kind of feels like an extension, or you know, something that you could kind of compare more to Who Dat Boy in a way, as far as the horns and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's just a very solid album. I can't get mad at it. I understand why it's you know, like, should be way up there. And I know you have a problem with my pick here, but yeah, really solid album.
Fuck, man. Fuck, dude. I can't believe it, man. I thought we were finally gonna agree on one album.
We agreed on
Because-
Silk Sonic.
We Silk Sonic is the only thing we agreed on. The only thing we agree on is like the same thing our aunties and shit agree on.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, so yeah, just put it on there. My number one is Call Me If You Get Lost. But can you recognize this though, Kuyakao?
What?
If 5 years ago, 2016, right? Because Flower Boy came out with, or actually, okay, 6 years ago in 2015, when you knew me, when we started kind of doing this, did you ever think I was gonna have a Tyler the Creator album on number one for me?
No.
Right? Because I was a Tyler the Creator hater early. Like even like I didn't even like I didn't like Cherry Bomb. I hated that shit. You know what I mean? I just never could relate to Tyler before. But then he dropped that Flower Boy. And I was like, damn, okay, I should listen to this. And I thought it was a good album. And I really liked the album, right? And then like, you know, Igor dropped, I really liked Igor too. But Igor, you know, like I even though I got the narrative of Igor a lot faster than I did Flower Boy, I don't know. It was like I still liked Igor. I think it was still in my top 10. You know what I mean? I just couldn't put it number one because I didn't come back to it a lot because it was more of an involved listen. You know. Then I listened to that fucking Dissect series that you put me on to and listened to and broke down Flower Boy by every inch of it. And I'm like, that is a fucking masterpiece. So Flower Boy was my favorite Tyler the Creator album for sure, hands down. That was even before I watched that Dissect series and Call Me If You Get Lost dropped. When I was still like kind of getting into it, I was like, I don't know, man, it's gonna be tough to beat Flower Boy because I love Flower Boy so much just for the songs. But then I realized the fucking actual like narrative through Flower Boy and how Tyler masterfully fucking put not only a narrative that like works like a movie front to back, but also sonically the motifs that he would use, like you alluded to, how it all kind of became a movie. Tyler is a master at putting concept albums together. You know what I mean? Flower Boy as a concept album is fucking perfect. Igor as a concept album is fucking close to perfect as well. You know what I mean? But the thing that would always kind of disconnect, because even though I thought Flower Boy was his best album ever, that was number 4 on the list, right? That year. Igor, right? I thought that was the second best album. That was number 8 on my list that year. What Call Me If You Get Lost does is it makes me love the narrative and the skilled production, because again, Tyler produces all of his fucking songs, by the way. That's kind of crazy. Nobody does that. Anyway, you know, not like, of course, like the songs are dope and the fucking actual like the skill it takes to make it. I appreciate that shit. But the thing there's always a disconnect between me relating to Tyler the Creator. You know what I mean? Because he's definitely like a skater, like he's like a skater dude that like, you know, all like the fucking alternative hip hop white dudes would be really into. And I think that shit's tight. I do. I never hated on it because of that. But it was just I could never fully connect with it, you know? Tyler found the way to do that now. Like he has maybe it's not as involved of a storyline as like a Flower Boy, right? But there still is a storyline. There's still a concept, right? There's still an aesthetic. There's still a sound, but what he did is he fucking really rooted everything in R&B and hip hop. And you know, when it comes to, again, I'm R&B first before anything. The hip hop, indie pop, all that shit, right? He focused on really making it accessible to somebody like me. And that's probably why, for example, like Chemo, Chemo hates Tyler the Creator until this album, and now Chemo's going back listening to the other shit, and this has been like his most listened album this year too. Because it's like, just because I don't think you should I don't think you should like. I don't think a piece of art should get negative points if it could relate to more people. Like I don't think
I don't think it's
sometimes
negative
that's the
points
case.
for that.
Like I think K-pop is a great example of like you lose artistic points because you try to appeal to everybody. But then there's cases where it's like you're not like it's not. I don't think he tried to appeal to everybody. You know what I mean? I don't think that was like it wasn't a contrived thing. It was just at the end of the day, he's a fucking R&B and hip hop head. And of course, even me, I try to fucking take all of my like left field influences and put it into my music so that it's fucking so it could be unique. But at the end of the day, we're all fucking hip hop and R&B heads. And that's Tyler at his core. And I'm like, wow, we're actually the same instead of different than I thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that was the big difference here. And again, I haven't given a 10 on an album since Coloring Book. And even before that, I think the last time I gave a 10 was fucking My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. And then before that must have been fucking like Let's Get Out of This Country. You know what I mean? So it's like now what was that? 2006? Let's Get Out of This Country, 2007. So like I think this is a 10, bro. Like I think fucking Call Me If You Get Lost checks every single box that you could check in my sliders. And I never would have thought that Tyler could do that. You know what I'm saying? Look at what my number one last year, like, like my number one. Well, my number one last year was Soccer Mommy.
Yeah.
But like my number one hip hop album last year or 2 years ago was like Rex Life Raj, right? I forgot what it was for me last year. Because I had a lot of indie stuff on my top last year. But it's just like it would never be Tyler because he never was like the hip hop that appealed to me, and now it is, dude. And like the cool thing too is that like if you take all of his other albums into consideration, the narratives of it, right? Flower Boy was talking about how isolated he was because he wasn't being true to himself and that he couldn't relate to his friends, right? Igor is like a story of like somebody that's like so deprived of like love and all that shit, and then there's just like a turmoil within it, and there's somebody that's just like not happy anymore and things like that. Call Me If you Get Lost is like, yo, it's that same lonely person who's so fucking lonely that the only person that he found to like connect with is his best friend's significant other. And he's so lonely that he's willing to throw that friendship away to fuck it. You know what I mean? And I know people like that, man. And I've felt lonely enough to like potentially do stuff like that. But I know people like that are like my close friends. You know what I'm saying? That would like go through that. And it's just like it almost feels like if you didn't go through the prerequisite of listening to Flower Boy and like learning the narrative and then listening to Igor, that like is almost like I feel like the Igor thing was almost like him saying like it almost represented the feeling of wanting to versus actually being him. And then Call Me If You Get Lost as that lonely person who had the Igor fucking fantasies actually living it out in real life. You know what I mean?
Damn.
And I don't know, man. I feel like that narrative is profound enough and also just like relatable enough. But also like it feels like it paid off you watching the previous movies. You know what I mean? It's like you watched Iron Man 1, 2, 3, and then fucking Avengers and Endgame happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like the reckoning happened to Tony Stark. I feel like Call Me If You Get Lost is like the reckoning for Tyler the Creator. You know what I mean? And again, if we're gonna go song by song, bro, like you said, there is no bad songs. There's literally no bad songs. Sir Baudelaire. Also, DJ Drama, by the way, hosts it like a mixtape. If you're a fucking hip hop head, bro, like anytime a DJ hosts a mixtape, it's special. You know what I mean? It really felt like this album could have come out during the blog era. You know what I mean? And that's low key my favorite era of hip hop because of my age. You know what I mean? Sir Baudelaire starts it off, right? That's, by the way, that's the one song I don't think he produced because that beat is a Benny the Butcher beat. And you know how much I love Griselda. You know what I'm saying? And DJ Drama on there, and Tyler is talking to shit. Corso is probably is like the actual like real opening of this album, and that is like the most hype song. And think about when we saw him at Outside Lands when he came out to Corso, the energy around that, but then he still gives you the thesis of the album. You know?
Yeah.
Lemonhead with 42 Doug. What's Your Name by with fucking NBA Youngboy and Ty. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Lumberjack, Hot Wind Blows with fucking Wayne, and Wayne drops like the best verse he's dropped. And then, I mean, every song is great, but I do want to touch on two songs that I think are the most important songs. Sweet, I Thought You Wanted to Dance. That's probably the second best song of the year to me. And that's probably Tyler's second best song of all time behind See You Again. Like, that's just how good it is, bro.
Yeah.
And it also, like, if you notice in all of Tyler's albums, and I've only learned this recently because I haven't been a Tyler like head until now, the past couple years. Every 10th song on his album is a 2-part song combined into one. You know what I mean? Like 911, Mr. Lonely is number 10.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that happens. I fucking Hate You and fucking Answer, number 10 on Wolf. You know what I mean? Like, he does that every single time, and he like keeps that too. Again, the motifs. He's just like a master, like craft. He's a master at his craft when it comes to putting together albums, man. And then the song Wilshire, which is the actual like the what do you call it? The climax of the story.
Yeah, that's
you really learn everything that happened there.
Yeah.
I was talking earlier about Japanese Breakfast's outro, Posing for Cars, that's 6 minutes. Transatlanticism by fucking Death Cab, which is 8 minutes. The crazy thing about those songs is that it's 8 minutes, it's hella long, but they tell almost like a story through sound, and it's like a atmosphere that you like find yourself into, right? And while that's difficult to do, you still allow the listener to make that song better than you could have made it because they're imagining the story and the feeling based on the sonics, right? If you do that with rap, you have to, that's your lyrics is actually creating that world, and you're not allowing the listener to like create the story in their head. You're telling them the story. It's much more difficult to keep somebody's attention for fucking 8 minutes and like really put together the narrative of this album.
Yeah.
You could do that with Sonics because me as a high-end creative individual, I'll imagine everything. You know what I'm saying? When you're rapping, you're telling me things, and how are you going to keep me engaged for 8 minutes? Tyler did that, dude, and he told the story. Like, that shit is just masterful work, bro. Like,
yeah, that's one of my favorite songs on the album. And it was kind of sad. I feel like that's out of the album, that is the saddest one because it is like,
right.
Yeah.
The saddest part of it is that he's not true. He's trying to act like he's good with it. You know what I mean? Like, usually when there's like a sad part of the song or there's like a sad thing, you're just like, wow, this person recognizes how fucking sad this is, and we're going through it together. It almost feels like Tyler's in somewhat of like a denial piece at the end, right? Like, even though he's like saying, like, he's like, oh, I've come to terms with it, I'm good with it now. It's like, but you're not, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's the sad part of it. And yeah, man, like, I just think Tyler really put together like a perfect album with a perfect narrative. And I would have never, in 2015, I would have never even thought I'd like one Tyler the Creator song, let alone say that an album that he's created is a 10. And it is. And yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'd say it's also a 10. I agree. Yeah. And especially now that you're talking about it, I think I am getting more the connection between the previous two albums and getting more out of this, talking to you about this album, you know, and what it means. Because I do feel like in a way he has a concept, but it's freer to do what he wants, I guess, or like not too like tied down or too focused on the concept. And the loneliness aspect of it, which is, I feel like his whole like theme in a lot of his, the motif that he has, is what's the word for it? It is not revealed till that song, really. Yeah. You know? Yeah. But yeah, really good song. Yeah, really good.
It really feels like it's like it was a trilogy, right? Flower Boy, Igor, Call Me When You Get Lost. And it just feels like I don't know, it almost feels Marvel in the proportions he was able, like Marvel cinematic universe proportions, he was able to like take the concepts from two other masterpiece albums and really fucking like close them out and really resolve but also not resolve, like resolve enough storylines to make you feel the closure but also like leave some things for phase 4. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, another thing too, like really quickly, is just like his visual aspect of the album too is just like so, I don't know, it's so focused and put together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think like as an experience, the plot, sonics, visuals, it's all there, dude. So and I've listened to this album more than any other album. So on top of that, I mean, just as much as any album I've listened to this year. So to me, that's number one. You did it, Tyler.
All
You
right.
fucking got me, you son of a bitch. I'm a white boy now. And Jay said Frank just sold me on this album. Not, dude, that's what I'm just hoping to do with this. I'm just hoping to sell people on albums that should, bro. That's it.
Yeah. So for my number one, and this was a very hard choice because it was gonna be Tyler. And for a while, I was thinking it's Tyler, but then getting ready for this podcast today, like the 2 weeks that we had break from Smash, I feel like I actually did get to like revisit all of this, my list. And this was tough, man, because I feel like even though Tyler is a perfect album, and I wouldn't even say that this number one is perfect, I feel like maybe it's just it got me at the right time, and it relates to me the most out of all the things I've listened to. That I want, like, I probably do listen to Tyler more, but when I listen to Tyler, it's like here, I was like, oh, I want to listen to this song right now, or the first half, and then the song in the back half, so it's like after the first couple listens that I listened to it alone throughout, which I did just this week, I don't know, like I feel like this number one pick I have just hit me, really pierced through my shit and the shit I'm dealing with.
Shit.
And this is Entertainment Death by Spirit of the Beehive.
I don't even know who that is.
So this was my number one in our mid-year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like, again, I thought, especially after seeing Tyler perform live, like Tyler was in the moon for me, like.
Yeah.
But when I just revisiting this and the themes and the shit that it's talking about, it's just like, it's heavy. I can't always listen to it, but I feel like it does some type of like introspection for me and healing in some way, knowing that someone else is thinking about this shit. And it's 11 songs, about 36 minutes. It doesn't say it's welcome. It makes you feel like, I feel like it perfectly captures what it feels like to listen to music on acid. And not so much because it's psychedelic, it has those aspects, and it's not like noodly guitar psychedelic. It's just like just abrupt changes and cuts, you think the song's going this way and then it switches. And a lot of the production actually reminds me of my friend Trevor. Like I feel like this is something he could have made. It's just that they've been
Shout out Luana.
Yeah, shout out Luana. But very experimental. It starts off with Entertainment Death, and it just starts off like, with instrumentation slowly going in there, and then it just flips to like a guitar song that has like a crunchy sound. And in the beginning, let me look up the lyrics so I could be quoting it, but it's basically just talking about how like it's an album that's very aware of time. I feel like it's about time and existence, and I feel like I bet you they do acid, and that's why they're able to capture this so well. And just the concept of time and how deep it could go, like thinking about it on psychedelics. And dude, it goes to like uncomfortable levels where like you start to question your meaning, your existence and stuff like that. It just goes deep, but the lyrics aren't so obvious and blatant, and a lot of it is still just very open to interpretation. And maybe that's why I saw myself in there, you know. But I also at the same time I do feel like I am on the nose about what they're trying to say. So it opens up with entertainment, and then it's very simple lyrics. It just like let's see. He says, "I regret some choices I've made. Entertainment only remains while I keep descending. Who will decipher pain from the lie?" And then the last line is, "I keep descending and no one remembers my face, my name." And I feel like it's just like going through life, trying to make meaning out of it, but at the same time, it's like the choices you're making is kind of placing you in places that you never really expected or wished for, and the way you cope with it is just entertainment, you know, and that's just a distraction around you, and also what is sometimes maybe making those decisions for you, you know, because you just don't want to think about like the actual meaning of existence. And like I said, very aware of time. It's just kind of like very aware that time is running out in some ways. Yet you have so much of it that it's wasted on these things that don't really matter, just because you feel like shit, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I wrote, it's very aware of the time you're living, the time you're wasting, and the time you're losing, and it's just running out. And it makes me, I guess the thing is, like, it gives me a very complex emotion that feels both beautiful but heavy, you know. Like I said, perfect feeling it gives you while on shrooms or acid. And just with a few songs, there's two singers, right? There's a guy singer and a female singer. And I feel like together they work perfectly. Some songs she'd sing, and then sometimes they like kind of duet or go back and forth. And I feel like they together they make the band. It's not just, you know, one singer. I feel like without the other, it's not complete. And then let's see. There's a song called "Rapid and Complete Recovery," and it's kind of like about the afterlife. And one of the lyrics that stood out to me is saying, "I don't know how to find what I have to." You know, it's like you're always searching for that thing. You know, you have to do something, but nothing that you're doing so far is like satisfying you. It's like, you know, like how do you even know how to find the thing that's missing? You know, if you, yeah. There's another one called "The Server is Immersed." The server is immersed, yeah. And another standout light for this, so you might wait, but you're already in the future. And how, like, you know, you're waiting for something to happen, but like time is always ticking, you know, like you can't really wait for it. It might take some time. It's talking about how, like, you know, one of the lyrics, "Through the fabric of space we go, with the promise of life I wept for the goal." And it's like, yeah, just living your life trying to go for, oh yeah, and then in parentheses the girl says "I do." You know, it's like you're living your life trying to accomplish these things, and then having that backup saying "I do," and it's like, oh, okay, in a way they're talking about the goals, about being married and stuff like that, but how like time and just the universe itself is so complex, you know, but like we keep struggling for these goals that at the end you're like, I guess you're gonna die anyways, you know. "Wrong Circle," another favorite one of mine, and that one resonates a lot, and this is one of the ones that hit deep, because they talk about like being the wrong circle of friends, not because they're bad influences on you, but because like it's like being the circle of friends that like was very formative for you, and you love these people and you look back on them with like really good memories, but they're not in your circle anymore. So it's almost like an investment that was bad, because in the end you're the one who got hurt,
Right.
and being in that circle, you lost a lot of your individuality because you became one of them, but then when they left, so did that part of you, you know.
Right.
But yeah, man, it's just like the album, it's not the easiest to listen to, but it's also not like it's bad all the way. I think it's when you start reading the lyrics and like seeing the mirror, I guess, it puts into you, and it's just, yeah, all about like I guess it just relates to me a lot because I feel like for me it's that same thing where like I'm running out of time because I'm getting older, yet I have all this so much time that I'm putting into work, watching videos and stuff like that. And yeah, I guess it hits me differently compared to everything else in this list, you know.
Yeah, that shit sounds heavy, and I'm sure that it had like a big impact on you. So I can't be mad at it, man. I can't be mad at it.
Jason,
What genre did you say it was?
Surpective Gang. I would say it reminds me a lot of like some parts remind me of My Bloody Valentine.
Okay.
Sandy Alex G.
Okay.
Okay. MGMT. It gives me that
Oh,
vibe.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's not like it's hard to listen to. It's just like the song is going one way and then it flips. And then the way the production is, like I said, it's like just a crazy feeling. Because I don't know if I'm sure you've heard stuff on psychedelics. Very different.
I don't do drugs.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
But it's different when you listen to it, when you're like hearing certain ways it comes in and out of your consciousness in a way, I guess.
Okay.
It's hard to explain. It's and for something that gives you that experience, you would think it's very heady, but to me it felt like it cut through the intellectual stuff, but with the lyrics being very simple, it actually cuts more to the emotional intelligence, I feel like.
Well, you know me. I'm always striving for more emotional intelligence. So it sounds like I just gotta hear it for myself, man. Like Jay says, that sounds like some sad boy shit. I'm here for it, bruh.
Yeah.
I might gotta. And if you look at our top three, we both have two of the same three.
Yeah.
But the one that we don't have each, I think, is the one that we should each actually listen to.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we started on repeat to try to force each other to listen to songs that neither of us would listen, that either one of us wouldn't listen to unless the other one forced them to. So it sounds like we're getting back to the true essence of on repeat here. And I gotta listen to what's this album called?
It's Entertainment Death.
Entertainment Death. Yeah. You gotta listen to When Smoke Rises.
All right. When Smoke Rises by Mustafa. Yeah. I already added him.
And then what was the? You said it was Entertainment Death by who again?
Spirit of the Beehive. Apparently, it's based on like a Spanish movie. The name.
Okay. I'm adding that. It's on. It's on my thing.
Hey, I mean, if that's the case, I have an idea, man. I think we should circle back, and maybe we have 3 albums we got to listen to from our list that's not on here. One is someone forces you to listen to.
Okay.
Another one is someone you choose on your own. That's of course not on your list.
Okay.
And then a third one is whatever, I guess.
The third one is whatever, I guess. So it's all like the two for sure is the one that I'm gonna try to force you to listen to, is the Mustafa one. You're gonna make me listen to Spirit of Beehive. And then now we each have to choose one from each. All right, let's hold ourselves accountable to doing this. Let's
do it.
Let's pick it now.
Okay.
So I think this is a good chance for us to recap our top 20 anyway, or top 15 anyway.
That's
so
true.
Maybe we could scroll down to 15 and we could just both go up from there. So 15 for me, Adele, 30.
Yeah, and then 15 for me is Zach Fox. Shut the fuck up, talking to me.
That's too easy. I'm not going to choose that one. My number 14 is Yukika, Time About.
And my number 14 is I Know I'm Funny, Haha by Faye Webster.
I love Faye. Maybe I'm going to pick Faye. Maybe. I don't know. 13, we don't got to worry about 13 because we both put Silk Sonic, and even with Silk Sonic at 13. At 12, I have The House is Burning by Isaiah Rashad, which I'm going to listen to again after you fucking drop that theory on me. Like maybe the house that's burning is TDE. I gotta listen to it again. Just like how Cammy made me re-listen to We Are the Pipettes by the Pipettes. And like the idea and like the theme that she came up with was it's a girl that is going back to her hometown for the holidays. So she's going out on a night in the winter and all of her best friends that she meets up with fucking like gets her to admit that she's not happy with her life and her current boyfriend and she needs to go move back home. And I'm like, when I listen to it again, I'm like, holy fuck! Now this album that I've had known for like almost 10 years is different now. So anyway, that's what I'm gonna try with The House is Burning. Thanks to you. But that was my number 12.
And my number 12 is Talk Memory by Bad Bad Not Good. And I think that might be on the list of things I will check out as they ever shot.
Okay, cool. My number 11 is Taste of Love by Twice.
And my number 11 is Smiling with No Teeth, Genesis Owusu.
And I'm not going to pick that because I had that at number 10 for me, Smiling with No Teeth by Genesis Owusu.
Then number 10 for me is Black Country New Road.
Okay. Number 9 for me is Ready As Always Too Late by Sinead Harnett.
And number 9 for me is LP by JPEG Mafia. Peggy. Damn, Peggy.
Peggy might be the one. I skimmed through it though. Does that count?
I mean, it could still be. It could be the miscellaneous option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe the third one is like one that you kind of checked out that you should go back.
Yeah.
Okay. My number 8 is Indigo D'Souza's Any Shape You Take. Love that little girl.
Ooh, that's another one I might be interested in. So, but we'll keep it in the back burner because there's other stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So my number 8 is Vince Staples.
My number 7 is the single Civilization 2 by Caro Caro Benito, not the album.
Mm-hmm. And for me, number 7 is Flower in Full Bloom by Luna Lee.
Which is almost the exact same thing as my number 6, which is fucking Alone But Not Lonely, Luna Lee. It's literally the same songs except for one is. So.
Yeah, and then
our list is hella similar this year.
It is, and it's funny. It's like all the similar ones are like diagonal.
Next to each other? Yeah, either next to each other or diagonal.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, except for Civilization for me and you.
Yeah.
That's the only one that's enough. Okay.
So number 6 for me is Donda by Kanye West.
Fucking Donda. I don't understand why I love it and hate it so much at the same time. Number 5 for me is Lilac by IU.
And number 5 for me is R&B.
Oh, no.
Question, right?
No, I'm picking R&B by Tierra Whack.
Yeah, that's a good
Not
one.
just because it's only 3 songs, but because I love Tierra Whack so fucking much, and I can't believe I missed it.
Yeah, Tierra Whack.
Oh shit, that's right. Number 4 for me is You Should Be Here by Vibar.
And for me, number 4 is Civilization by Caro Caro Benito.
Fuck. Number 3 is the one that I'm gonna oblige you listen to.
Okay.
When the Smoke Rises by Mustafa.
And then number 3 for me is Jubilee by Japanese Breakfast.
Number 2 for me is Jubilee by Japanese Breakfast.
And then Call Me If You Get Lost by Tyler is number 2 for me.
And Call Me If You Get Lost, number 1 for me by Tyler.
And Entertainment Death by Spirit of the Beehive is number 1 for me, which that's my requirement.
Okay.
So I guess
we both got a requirement.
We got a requirement, and I think I picked which one did I pick? Oh, I say Rashad as the one. And then the third one. Do you have an idea for your third one? Or did you have a second one?
The second one was going to be R&B by Tierra Whack.
Tierra Whack, yeah.
But the third one, is there a genre? Is there like a criteria for it, or do we just...
What would be a good criteria?
I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I could see in relationship to both of us is ones that we like kind of checked out that we didn't fully check out.
Or how about... Yeah, checked out but didn't fully check out. That would be a good one. Let's see what else, like... What if the third one is a challenge? Challenge your ranking of that.
Oh man, you know my challenge is number 1.
Yeah, no.
No, but that one I'm actually gonna like. That one I'm already gonna listen to.
Yeah.
Right. So is that your challenge? Wait, no, but that's already your number 1. Though.
No, but I would. No, I'm saying the challenge is for me to. It seems like you have a problem with me choosing Tyler, so I'm saying to re-listen to it again to see if it will move up in ranking.
Oh.
So you choose one of my album picks that I ranked and see if I would change it. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Fuck. Here's the thing though, like I was so convinced by how much that #1 album moved you that I don't think I have a shot in winning
Oh,
that.
I see.
You know,
Yeah,
so
that's
like
true. That's true.
would I try to win or would I try to like convince you against yourself? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
I'm so competitive.
Well, and the other thing too is like looking through your list. I don't think there is anything I could challenge. It's a good idea, but
Yeah.
as far as challenge, like I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna like fight for it hard enough. You know, because I feel like I guess it's hard because it is your subjective list. You know, like.
Yeah.
And I feel
Damn.
like, yeah, like we're not so far off with the things we both listen to.
Yeah. Maybe we just choose two for
Yeah, let's
the
do
other
choose two. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So I chose for you to listen to Mustafa, and then, oh man, you're gonna listen to Isaiah Rashad.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I could ask you to listen to. God, our list is so similar this year too. Um, uh, uh, maybe I'll just say fucking Any Shape You Take, Indigo D'Souza, which sounds like you already kind of wanted to listen to it anyway.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So the
Boom.
requirement is Mustafa and then Indigo D'Souza. All right, I'll
Yeah.
also. I think I followed them already.
Okay, lit. I'm gonna do Spirit of the Beehive,
Yeah.
which it doesn't look like it's too long either. It's 36 minutes.
No,
so
it's
I
not
could-
long.
Perfect.
And then
Same with the two albums I'm asking. you to listen to as well.
R&B. Okay.
R&B
Sweet.
I already chose. Yeah.
W-
Wait, I already picked R&B. You have to give me another one.
Oh, because it's still 3.
Yeah, because it's like
Oh,
I
okay.
choose 2 for you, and then you choose 1 for you. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let's
So then
see.
I chose R&B. You made me listen to Spirit of Beehive, and then one more.
Oh, Vince Staples, dude.
You want me to go Vince Staples?
Yeah, because
Okay,
even though it's just number 8, like I think that one could climb up. To be honest, like
Okay. Lit.
yeah,
And you said it was hella short too. It was like 22 minutes, right?
22
Oh,
minutes
man.
and 2 seconds.
Damn, man, how did you? I got off easy.
Mm-mm.
I think you did too, though. Like the Mustafa album. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's not that long. It's 23 minutes for Mustafa, 8 songs, and then Indigo D'Souza. This one might be a bit longer. Oh, it's 10 songs, 38 minutes.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Well, there it is, man.
When should we do this though? When can people expect it? You think?
You want to? I mean, like, do you want to say like maybe 3 weeks
3
from now?
weeks? Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Boom. Hold ourselves accountable. It's happening.
Mm-mm.
We did it, dude.
We did it! Wow, 2021.
Fuck, man.
Anything you're looking forward to music release wise on for 2022?
Oh man, I think 2022. I'm definitely looking forward to the new Aurora album. I'm such a big Aurora fan. The Gods That We Could Touch, I think, is coming out later this month.
Okay.
Earth Gang, Ghetto Gods, coming out later this month. Or later next month. I think they said January. Still waiting on that SZA, bro. Still waiting on SZA. Still waiting on Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? Are they gonna drop? You
Mhm.
know, I think those are the only ones I know of off the top of my head. What about you?
Well, before I say that, Jay Harmony said, "Y'all too consume so much damn music, yo." Dude, but the
Bruh.
thing is, we both feel like we don't.
Yeah, this
You
year
know?
especially, we both feel like that's why we only did 15 this year.
Yeah.
We've done 20 the past like 3 years.
Yeah.
But this year we did 15.
But then
And-
looking back at Spotify, it's like we do listen to music. It's
Hella,
just Final
yeah.
Fantasy, you know?
It's all Final Fantasy music. It's all game music, bro. Another thing too is I feel like I don't know, I was already doing this a lot before, but I feel like I started to like teeter off and stopped listening to as much music. So in like 2017, when me and Dark Ruffalo talked about doing this, I feel like we both did it to make ourselves listen to more music so that you always kind of stay current and in the know, and also just like make sure you take in more art because you create art better if you are more like well learned
I would
with all kinds of stuff, you know.
say though, because there's a saying when it comes to like people getting older that you consume less music, and I was worried about that. But I think what it is, especially for people like us who are artists who love music and want to keep making it, is that to me, my enjoyment of music now, with me trying to make music, is like if my output of music does not equal the amount of the things I listen to, I feel like it kind of like slows down my music listening. Because I need to release my own shit. Because it's kind of a weird thing where like you want to hear what you could make, and I listen to my stuff more, or just things I could directly like be influenced by, like that's already hitting for me instead of looking for things out there,
Word. No, totally. I definitely said, and Jay Harmony also said I need to follow suit. He purposely tried to stay out of the loop so it wouldn't bleed into. I get that mindset too, bruh. I also do as well, because like you could easily like be too influenced by what's hot now, and you don't ever want to make music just because it's hot now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I get that too, but I think like especially you, Jay, like I feel like you have such a like artistic direction and you have such an artistic identity that by you listening to more music, I think you're like emotionally and artistically intelligent enough to be like, yo, I'm gonna just take this in and learn from it, and maybe things you take from it, you don't put it into your own music, but you're like, oh, that's cool, let me just remember this element of this song or this band that I would have never listened to and just took that away, and it might come into hand, it might come in handy one day. That's the only way that like I kind of look at it. But I also sometimes too, like I think this year there's also a point where like you kind of like fall out of love with music when you're forcing yourself to listen to so much, and so much is bullshit to you. So it's a fine line too, bro. Like I do feel like this year I kind of evened out, because in 20, like you could ask Dark Ruffalo, last year and the year before that I listened to like 50 albums, and this year I only listened to like 20 something. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely a fine line, and I almost burnt myself out with music. So maybe I'm finding like the sweet spot now where it's like enough for me to like see, like put my ear to the streets and see the world around me, but not enough to where it becomes like white noise and I could like still be in my own kind of shell,
I guess the other
bruh, last year was I like forced myself to. I also drive a lot, you know what I mean? Like I drive a lot, like driving from San Francisco to the studio to San Jose, so that helps. That time I go on like runs a lot too, and that's when I like do it. But
it's hard to listen to music too when you're like engaged in another activity that doesn't put your mind on autopilot, because I feel like for me music takes a lot of my focus, that like I could put a podcast on and like ignore it so I could work, and put a movie on or a show so I could ignore it so I could work, but I can't do that with music. If it's on, that's where I'm paying attention to.
Yep.
And it's also taking your emotional energy sometimes.
That's
and then you hear like songs you've heard in certain parts of your life. It's like, fuck, why am I feeling this again? Like, dude,
dude. There's songs that make me have Tourette's. You know what I mean? Like I say it out loud. Thank God I'm in the car by myself. But yeah, man, dude, Jay, bruh, look at this. This is my list from 2019. Oh fuck. So that's one. Like I ranked all the way through like. You know what I'm saying? Like the 38 was the most I did in that year. Last year was even more, bro. So it's like after a while it became a chore and it stopped being fun.
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely like a sweet spot for it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I do feel like it was a net positive for me, because I get to look. You can't just listen to only one genre if you're listening to that many albums.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And I feel like it just puts more shit in my tool belt. In my opinion, it puts shit too much. Just puts more shit in my tool belt. But I also could see that, like, if I do that too much, I lose track of myself, and I just try to sound like other people. So you just got to be careful. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's that too. And in the time of algorithms, there's times when, like, you do get into that algorithm loop or lock, where sometimes that's why it's like I want to make certain things, 'cause I'm looking for something I'm not exactly getting, because maybe I'm not breaking through what's being fed to me.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It makes it difficult too to listen to new music when you're working on an album too, because I shut everything out other than the influences that I came into the album with.
Exactly.
Definitely expand my music taste. Catch me playing, bro. Jay, that's what I'm saying. That's why we fuck with you so tough, is because you're literally open to all types of music, bro. And you could tell when you listen to your songs, like you got hella influences that's not just from like the standard influences in our genre, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, man. But again, like I feel like I hold myself accountable because me and Dark Ruffalo does this, you know. And I feel like even though we critique music in it, I
Mm.
still think it's just like an exercise of me and Dark Ruffalo fucking making sure that we always keep the love of music first
Mhm.
and let that inform the rest versus being a creator and just poo-pooing everything, you know.
Yeah, and a lot of times the music and the albums that I love that are on this list, I criticize more heavily,
Yeah,
even though I
word.
love it. Is because
Yeah,
it is because I love it that I feel
like Donda.
like Donda,
I
yeah.
love it, but I hate it. Yeah, also, it's just hella fun to chop it up with my brother Kyle,
Yeah,
man.
man,
That's
it's
all it
always
is,
fun,
dude.
dude. We don't do
Always
this
fun.
enough.
I know we don't do it enough, but it sounds like we're gonna start trying to because we're
Yeah,
gonna hold
man.
ourselves accountable. In 3 weeks, we're gonna come back with those albums.
Yes.
You know, I think James and Wolfie also wants to do some more stuff on the podcast too. So we
That'd be
just gotta
awesome, dude.
hold ourselves accountable. You know, we'll do
Yeah.
it.
If
We'll do it.
anything, another thing I'm thinking of is so we could force ourselves to listen to more music, and then we could kind of compare. Because I'm sure if we do like pick it like an album review per month,
Mhm.
aside from the
Yeah.
like the entertainment like games and
Back to
movies
the roots
podcast.
of on repeat. You know.
Yeah, but like then we'll tie that to like current music. It's like, oh, we're gonna look at what's releasing, we're gonna review that, and it will be current, topical, and at the same time we are adding more things to the list that we could be putting on our end of years. So
That is true. That is true. And just to again, it was time for us to remind our Twitch community, which we are so fucking thankful for, man, that everybody comes and hangs out all the time and shit. But we also want to remind y'all that we don't just play Smash Bros, man. Like oh yeah, we actually all came together because of music 1st, you know?
That's
And
true.
it's dope that like even Smash Bros, the Trash Bros stuff is bringing us other musicians because now we fuck with Huggy, who's a dope ass DJ.
True,
You know what I'm saying?
true.
So it's like come on, man. Like it's the cool thing about it is doing this makes it so that we put music first again. And,
Yeah.
and hopefully we do that in the future.
Yeah, man.
Fuck, dude, that was a long.
It was. It's
It
almost
usually is
one.
though. End of year, you know.
But it's
End of year.
it's like 5 or technically 10 picks less. You know, 10
That's
songs
true.
less, but
That's true, man.
yeah, but I feel like we
It's
went
because
longer.
we have so much to say. It's because we have so
Yeah.
much to say. Yo, Jay and Huggy, y'all should definitely link up next time
Yeah,
we do
dude.
like Jay was at the last Wave Gang party, but we swear to God we're actually gonna do another one again someday, and Huggy's definitely gonna spin at one. So, dude, definitely Huggy dropped a couple of hip hop mixes recently on his SoundCloud.
DJ
Yeah,
Sugarloaf,
DJ
right?
Sugarloaf, DJ Sugarloaf.
Mhm.
Hashtag not a DJ.
Mm.
So make sure you guys look at and Huggy Jay is like the dopest rapper in our scene, bro, for sure, hands down. He's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. That's all I'm gonna say. But man, Dark Ruffalo, Kyle, always a pleasure doing these with
Always
you,
a
man.
pleasure,
Every
man.
year, it feels like the year doesn't end unless you and me do this, bro. Like
True,
it
it's
has
true.
to, it has to. And it's crazy that like over the years our lists become more similar.
I know, but we're just having more refined taste, man.
Bro, I think
More
that's what it
refined
is.
taste. Yep.
That's just what it is, man. That's what it is. Well, shit, dude. Always a blast. Chat. Thanks for everybody that was
Yeah,
here at
thank
the
you for being
beginning.
here, man.
Because there's definitely a lot of folks here that was at the beginning that dropped off, and we get it, bro. It's 4 hours of us trying to act like we know everything we talk about by fucking music. You know what I'm saying? But everybody that stuck around, like Jay, Huggy, that's still here. Thank you for pulling up. I know Jimbo was in here earlier. Zanny, Itty Bitty Kitty Committee was in here earlier. Jay Motel, everybody was in here earlier, man. So thank you guys. I appreciate that, Jay. Come on, the drip has never been questioned, but it's likewise. You know what I'm saying? Handsome surfers still. But yeah, man. Top 15. We're gonna have the playlists on Spotify. We're gonna make sure to put those links everywhere. Also, thanks to everybody for watching the debut of the music video, man. So if you wanted to, you know, we put out Two Step on My Own, myself featuring Hype Man Wolfie, out on all platforms now. On YouTube, the video's out, but also Spotify, Apple Music, all that. It's on there. I think the link's in the chat somewhere. I maybe can repost that, but we'll put it in the description and all that shit. The recording of this is going to be on YouTube. Yes, Kyle?
It's already on YouTube.
Oh, lit. And then in 3 weeks, we're gonna come back with the 3 albums that me and Dark Ruffalo have to listen to from each other's lists. So more to come.
All right.
Hell
this
yeah,
has
man!
been
Where can
fun,
they
man.
find you? This is hella fun, dude. I miss
Yeah.
doing these, man.
Well, you guys can find me, of course, on Instagram at the Holographic Children. I also have a TikTok. I
You
barely
have a
use
TikTok
it.
now?
I barely use it. And the first 2
I'll
things
follow you.
follow me. The first 2 things I put out there got like muted because I guess I used certain things I wasn't supposed to. But go follow me, and then of course the holographicchildren.com. And what about you, man? Where can they find you?
Damn, I still can't believe you got a website. We need to update wavegang.world because
We
I
do,
think it
man.
still shows the party. Right? It still
Yeah,
shows
it
the
does.
countdown to the
It
party.
does,
Oh man,
yeah.
we gotta update that soon. But yeah, you can find me on Instagram at medium37frank with a C, on Twitter at WGWWFrankie with a KIE. I stream on this channel. We're back next week. Monday, we're gonna keep doing 7 Days to Die. Me, Dark Ruffalo, Zanny, and Cammy. We have a fucking blast doing that. We're gonna move to the Hamptons next week. Tuesday, we're back with Super Trash Bros. It's wild card round. Tuesday, I believe, is gonna be Adam versus Jesse in the fucking what do you call it?
Holy
The
Matrimony.
Holy Matrimony Challenge in the wild card round. Then in the Toilet Bowl tournament, it's going to be Estevan, aka Mommy's Boy, taking on Ali E1 Foe. Then on Wednesday, we're going to have another wild card match. It's going to be Mike Ajones taking on Huggy Bear Doom, who's in the chat, man. Huggy, your match next Wednesday against Cammy. Against Nico. Oh God, not against Nico, against Mike. And then in the Toilet Bowl tournament, that next Wednesday is going to be Dark Ruffalo himself taking on Hype Man Wolfie. You just need one more win to make sure you're safe, man.
Yeah,
Send
man.
Wolfie right back to the fucking toilet bowl, man. He needs to practice more anyway, that motherfucker. What do you guys play 7 Days to Die on?
dude.
PC? No, we're on
PS4.
PS4.
Dude, you should join if you
PS4,
can,
bro.
man.
You should join us, bro. Get on
You
Mondays.
too,
Play with
Huggy.
us, bro.
You guys want to join the
Huggy?
server?
Yeah, man. Yo, somebody was talking about playing with it. Oh, Mike was talking about Mike Ahones was talking about
dude, that'd be
jumping on with
awesome.
us. That'd be sick, man. So the more people we can get, remember E was talking about jumping on with us
Yeah.
too. But where is he actually?
Where is he?
I don't know. We'll
Mike
find
would
out
know.
more. Bruh,
Dude.
Jay, Mondays 7:30 p.m. till 11:30 or 10:30 p.m.
Dude,
Play with
let's
us, bruh.
go, man.
Let's go. We'll send you the fucking server, bruh. Hell yeah, let's go. That's gonna be sick. Yeah, so Tuesday, Wednesday, next week we're back in Trash Bros. Thursday next week, me and Cammy's gonna bring back Life is Strange 3, bro. We're gonna finish Life is Strange 3.
It's a Monday.
Monday, Jay.
Hopefully that works for you, man.
Hopefully, man.
7:30. We
And-
usually go up to what, like 11?
10:30,
10:30,
11,
yeah. So I mean, even if you catch us towards the end, usually we go through 2 cycles almost, 2 days.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 2 days. Yeah.
All right, man.
And yeah, man, that's it. Well, shit, dude. Quee Kyle, Dark Ruffalo, always a pleasure wrapping up the year with you, bro.
Yeah, man. Can't wait to see what happens next year. I think it's gonna
I know.
be a good
Oh
year.
man, I'm telling you, I have a feeling in my gut that 2022 is about to be lit for me and you, bro. We're gonna kill it. I don't know. I feel like 2022 is gonna be a great year for everybody, man.
I think so.
Make sure you guys say that shit out loud, manifest that shit now, because it's gonna happen.
Mhm.
That's a fact.
All right, guys.
Well, thanks everybody for fucking hanging out. Dark Ruffalo, thank you, bro.
Hey, thank you, man.
I
Always
still gotta
pleasure.
give you a fucking Christmas present, dude. It sounds like I'm not gonna get to give it to you until Tuesday.
Well, that's coming up.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's not that far. Well, all right, man. Happy New Year to you
Happy
guys.
New Year.
I'm off tomorrow. I'm not doing no streaming tomorrow. I'm doing a lot of drinking out here. If we count, man. Shoot. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, man.
All right.
I love you guys.
Love
Dark
you guys.
Ruffalo, man. Appreciate
Well,
it.
remember what they always say.
Oh shit, you're right. You know, on the REP podcast, you know what they always say? Zip it up.
And